trip and should be back, I believe, tomorrow. So hopefully has a safe trip back. Next, agenda item number 3, the invocation by Pastor Jim Littleton from Holly Springs United Methodist Church. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, for this opportunity to be here tonight. Let us pray. Almighty God, in whom we live and move and have our being, we give thanks for the gift of today. We give thanks, God, that we're created in your image, and you remind us, God, that our identity and worth is found mostly, God, and fully in you. We have careers, we have jobs, we have obligations as parents, we have activities, and all these things, God, we know form and shape us and are important things. But we know that we are enough for you because you call us by name and say that we are enough. God, for that we give thanks. Lord, we pray for your blessings on this meeting tonight. We pray for your gift of discernment and wisdom for all those leading and participating. God, we pray for this town of Holly Springs. We pray for our elected leadership and for the other leaders on staff here at this wonderful town and this wonderful city. God, we pray for the safety for all our first responders. We ask that you bless them and keep them safe. We pray for our staff who do all this work behind the scenes. So this is a wonderful place to live and to enjoy your abundance. And God, we give thanks for the schools. We ask for your blessings on our schools. We pray for their continued safety to be places of learning, places of growing in wisdom. God, we give thanks for today. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Agenda item number 4, adjustment and approval of the October 15th, 2019 meeting. Councilwoman Lee.
Motion to adopt the October 15th, 2019 meeting agenda with no changes.
Second.
Motion made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. Agenda item 6, public hearing, 6A, 19-UDO-04, semi-annual UDO amendments. So that would be planning. Sean Ryan.
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. There is no one signed up for public comment, so we'll just move forward on that and go to agenda item 6A, and that's Sean Ryan.
Good evening. Sean Ryan with the Department of Planning and Zoning. This first agenda item is to consider UDO amendments proposed by the town of Holly Springs. The actions tonight will be to conduct a legislative public hearing and then consideration of the ordinance. So every 2 years, the Departments of Planning and Zoning and Engineering get together to review the Unified Development Ordinance for minor technical corrections that may be needed or some minor changes to address a certain policy change. We typically do not make major UDO changes during these amendment times. However, we do have one before you tonight that I will explain briefly here in just a second. But before you, you have 9 amendments being proposed by staff. 2 of these are minor changes in regards to historic structures and fences for historic structures, just to further our historic preservation efforts. There are 6 minor clarifications. Those relate to junk cars, solar panels on commercial or industrial structure roofs, policy updates to surety applications, as well as minor modifications to the decision matrix. The one major change that we are proposing tonight is in regards to the duration of plan approval. So currently in the ordinance, a plan has approval for 18 months with the ability to request 4 6-month extensions, so 3.5 years. Staff is proposing to reduce that time frame to an initial 12 months with 1 extension, so reducing from 3.5 years down to 1.5 years for plan validity. The reason for this is really twofold. One is it allows those special studies like the TIAs to expire faster. We've had several conversations about older TIAs for projects that were approved several years prior still being valid, so hopefully this will cut down on the amount of those special studies that are still active for the long period of time. And also just planning ahead for the new UDO that we are going to begin writing later this year, and we expect to be adopted within the next 1.5 to 2 years. So this change will help with the transition. Hopefully projects approved under this UDO will either be constructed or they will expire and have to come back and develop under the new standards that we adopt with that new UDO. So that is the reason why we are proposing this major change with this update. With that, I will invite our Planning Board representative, Mr. Andreas, to come up and discuss the Planning Board discussion for this item.
Good evening, Council. Mike Andreas. I'm on the Planning Board, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Anybody have any questions? Anyone? Nope. Nope, thank you very much.
Oh,
Mike.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions for Sean?
On the decision matrix, could you just elaborate on some of those changes?
Yes. So there were 3 primary changes that were made. Most of the changes were to remove the director recommendation from all of the line items where that appears. About 1.5 years or 2 years ago, the director stopped making recommendations on plans that were before the Planning Board, Town Council, and Board of Adjustment, so we needed to remove that from the decision matrix. We have added some clarification on the approval of waivers and the technical review committee. So the way that the decision matrix is currently set up is if a project is being reviewed by, whether it be Planning Board, Town Council, or the Planning Director, any waivers associated with that project are also reviewed by that same body. The TRC does have the approval authority for certain projects, but it was never established that they have the ability to also review any waivers that go with that project. So in keeping with the way that the decision matrix is set up, we felt it was necessary to add that clarification that the TRC can exercise the same authority that the other boards are entitled to under the decision matrix. And finally, there was addition line item 56 and 57 in regard to the tree preservation waiver that was added with the tree preservation ordinance last year. That was never added to the decision matrix, so we have added those line items as well.
Thanks.
Sure. I had a couple questions.
Mhm.
So on the historical structures, that new text, what does that change? So do we have, is it more restrictive than before? Is that the intent?
No, it's actually much more flexible than before. So the way that the ordinance is written, if you have a non-conforming structure, so it doesn't meet the setbacks in that zoning district, for example, the UDO says that eventually that structure should go away and a new structure should be built that meets the ordinance requirements, which is kind of contradictory to what we want with historic preservation. We want those structures to be able to remain on the property, and if the owner wants to expand them, give them the ability to do that, because the UDO currently does not give the owner of a historic structure the ability to expand it if it's a non-conforming structure.
If it's a historical structure, they can do this on their own, and who would approve what they want to do? So we might, as a council, we might not see what this work, right?
Correct. So the ordinance says that it has to be in keeping with the historical integrity of the structure, as recommended by either a licensed architect or a historic preservation specialist. So we do have to have that confirmation from either of those 2 individuals in order to approve any sort of building permits for that modification.
So I get the historical preservation specialist, a licensed architect, would they be inclined to try to help save the historical structure?
I mean, that is their training, is architecture, so they would be an appropriate licensed official to make that recommendation, yes.
Okay. On the solar panels, I'm glad we're adding language which will help us. One of the things, though, is, for instance, if somebody has a lot that's quite large and the solar panels could be viewed just because they're in their backyard, what would they do?
So this modification is only related to commercial and industrial properties.
Okay.
So residential properties, they're viewed as accessory structures. So if you put them in your backyard, it would have to meet our accessory structure requirements. If you place it on the roof of your house, we don't have any zoning requirements. Now HOAs may have certain requirements that prohibit the location in somebody's yard or on their roof. But this is specifically for commercial and industrial. And the issue that we are trying to address is it is classified as rooftop-mounted mechanical equipment, which the current ordinance says if you can see it from the road, you have to paint it to match the color of the roof. which doesn't work very well with the solar panel. So we're trying to make that clarification to allow folks to have the solar panel and actually have them function appropriately.
And then the last comment, I know we have a long meeting tonight, but I want to go through this. On the decision matrix, I did sit in the end of the planning board meeting, and this was a topic that they wanted to discuss, and I think knowledge of what the decision matrix is. One specific example, and I've spoken to Randy and Scott, we've also talked about it before, is the one about the decisions that are made at the director level for minor amendments to master plan and preliminary plan. And the planning board, and I would also be curious, what exactly is in the scope of a minor amendment versus not? I'm all about efficiency, but I think clarity on knowing what that is would be great, because changing the color of stone, okay, that makes sense, but I think we've had a project recently where the footprint changed, and I think that was considered minor, and just having clarity on that. So what would you recommend we do to discuss the matrix more at the planning board and at our level too?
So the planning board has requested additional training on the decision matrix. We are working on providing that additional training to the planning board in a reasonable amount of time. One of the things that we discussed at the planning board was that with the writing of the new UDO, kind of everything is going to be on the table, and we're going to have those conversations about who is the approval authority for each type of project, what constitutes a major amendment versus a minor amendment. So widespread changes to that section, staff would recommend having those conversations during the rewrite of the UDO. But for this amendment, staff was not proposing any modifications to that line item. So we can certainly have that discussion about what is major versus minor, but for this proposed amendment, we were not proposing any changes to that.
I think that is the request, is a better understanding what's major and what's minor amendments to follow the decision matrix. That was I think, the bulk of that conversation.
Correct.
Okay. I'm good.
Anything else? Good? Good?
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll open public hearing, and we will close public hearing because no one signed up. And do we have any further discussions for Sean? If not, we've got, I believe, 2 motions.
Motion to adopt ordinance 19-11 to adopt statement of compatibility and approve UDO text amendment 19-UDO-04 to modify the text of the UDO as submitted by the town of Holly Springs.
Second?
Motion made second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we had 2 motions.
Randy,
It
can
was-
we get somebody to check on?
Okay. All right.
Is it her, I don't think Christine's is working. Mine, yeah.
I couldn't
I
even
don't, some of the
You can
microphones
hear
aren't working. Yours is working.
You can
Is
hear
this better? Testing,
Oh, there.
but I didn't hear her.
Okay. We'll go to agenda item 6B, 19-REZ-02, Holly Springs Quarry. Melissa Sigmund.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So the item that you have before you is, in fact, a legislative public hearing for a rezoning for approximately 160.3 acres. This is a rezoning from R30 to the IT Conditional Use Zoning District, which is Industry and Technology. You'll have 2 motions on the table tonight to adopt the plan consistency statement and to adopt an ordinance for the rezoning itself. The property in question is located south of Rex Road predominantly. It is located north of the existing Holly Springs Quarry site and is generally, you can see generally to the west of Cass Holt Road, although the roads are a little bit windy in this vicinity. The existing zoning of the site is R30, and as you can see, there are other residential properties to the northeast and west that are also the R30 zoning. And to the south, the IT district that you see is the existing quarry site. The property is located in the heavy industrial district in our existing land use plan, and as well in the special use category in our proposed land use plan. The special use category is for those uses that are very unique in nature, quarries, landfills, those that you tend to have very infrequent and tend to have very specific potential impacts on adjacent properties. So the proposed zoning district would be appropriate and considered consistent with both of those land use classifications. We have engineering to discuss a little bit about the particularities of this site. In terms of the proposed use of the property itself, you will see some conditions that detail and outline very specific uses that the applicant is interested in limiting the property to. They are not proposing to extend the actual quarry use to the site. Instead, they are proposing to limit it to the storage of overburden, essentially to use the site for the storage of the topsoil that comes off of the existing quarry location, creating an area that will be a buffer from the existing quarry through the use of both landscape material as well as berming. So the conditions that you'll see on the next few slides will show those limitations that they are proposing with this project. So again, there is no active quarrying proposed. However, the applicant is looking to rezone to the IT district for consistency with the existing site, so that their entire property would be in that IT zoning district for for their consistency of use. So engineering does have a couple of statements regarding the particularities of the site if you have questions. However, essentially the project is not gaining access off of Rex Road, no new access points, no road improvements proposed. So with those conditions, as mentioned, those are meant to extremely restrict the land use of the property. If any other industrial uses were desired in the future, should it be sold or something of that nature, essentially, if anything that is not listed in the bullet points on the slide here would require a rezoning. So there would be the opportunity in the future to come back should another use that required more the public utilities, public facilities, infrastructure. At that point in time, essentially the project would come back to town council if they were looking for a more standard or typical industrial type of use. A few more conditions following with the typical requests for standard procedures following with the town's requirements. And that, we've got our planning board recommendation if you've got any questions for our planning board representative.
Would you like to come up? Any questions? Questions? No? Okay. No questions.
Okay.
So, good,
You have
thank
any
you.
questions?
So we're going to open public hearing, and we have a few people that have signed up. First one is Garrett Razik. Garrett, for the record. Okay. Okay, name and address for both of you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, Garrett Razik, 101 Cicada Place.
Dorothy Little, 6613 Rex Road, Holly Springs.
So first, I'd like to thank the council for this opportunity and thank all town staff in the room for your invaluable service to the community. As those in the room now know, the Holly Springs Quarry, which is owned by Hanson Aggregates, is seeking to expand its operation through the rezoning of 160 acres. Currently, as you heard, this land is zoned as only allowing uses such as rural residential, agricultural. The owners of the quarry are requesting the change use of this land in order to store excess overburden, as they're calling, or aggregate, to store machinery, to build sedimentation basins, and several other uses. Tonight, I'm here asking the council to please delay this request. According to the documents that I was able to find, the siting of this quarry took place in the late 1980s, even though it was within a half mile of homes that had been there since the early 70s. Residents reasonably voiced concerns at the time, given what we know about quarries. Here's an excerpt from a journal that I pulled. Building quarries requires removal of virtually all natural vegetation, topsoil, and subsoil to reach the aggregate underneath. Not only does this lead to a loss of existing animal wildlife, it also leads to a huge loss of biodiversity as plants and aquatic habitats are destroyed. Moreover, adjacent ecosystems are affected by noise, dust, pollution, and contaminated water. Pits and quarries disrupt the existing movement of surface water and groundwater. They interrupt natural water recharge and can lead to reduced quantity and quality of drinking water for residents and wildlife near or downstream from a quarry site. Now, I'm definitely no expert on the subject, and we actually do have experts in this room. But it's my understanding that over time, quarry operations must expand in width or depth. This means quarries eventually mine below the water table, which creates a cone-like shape or a cone of depression with the quarry at the center. Operators must then pump the inflow of groundwater, causing a drawdown or lowering of the water around the site. Given the current way our society operates, I understand the immediate need for extracting aggregate to build roads and other infrastructure. However, I recently heard a powerful story from a Holly Springs resident named Ms. Dorothy Little, who is here tonight representing the stories of others in her neighborhood. I ask you to hear her story and consider delaying this rezoning request until we get more data and input so that we can ensure Hanson Aggregates is doing its duty as a good neighbor before it is allowed to expand its operations. With that, thank you for your time, and thank you, Ms. Little, for advocating for the health and well-being of your community.
Good evening, everyone. When the quarry first came into our area, it was under the understanding that it would not affect us. And we actually started to experience problems with our water. And now they're talking about they may go even deeper. We are on well water. And right now, this is what my water looks like. Mine does too. This is what the water looks like. So, and when you wash clothes, this is what you get for white colors. So now they want to come into our community again. Really don't know too much about it. I'm not an expert. I just know this is my neighborhood and that it has affected us tremendously. And we have tried, well, I was in the military away, but the people that were in the neighborhood got together and was trying to fight them. But of course, our hands are too short to fight them, okay? So they won and they proceeded with what they wanted to do. And now they're trying to come back in again and get what they want. So what do we get? What do we get? I mean, we don't know what's coming. We don't know the repercussions of them coming in and doing more work. So we want to know as a community what's going to happen now. You know, we need some help here. And that's why I'm here tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next person is Gray Stiers. Name and address, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council. My name is Gray Stiers. My address is 434 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'm Regional Zoning Counsel for Hanson Aggregates, and I'm speaking on their behalf tonight in support of the zoning application. We have here with me tonight, I'd like to introduce not everyone that's here, but Alan Burnett, the Director of Resources Development, who has been before you, I believe, when you adopted the comprehensive land use plan and has talked to you about the proposal we have before you tonight. Also, we have Mr. Nathan Duria. Nathan's a plant manager here in Holly Springs. We also have a number of folks here as well. Be glad to answer any questions that you have. We have been in Holly Springs for several decades, operating a quarry here. That quarry is heavily regulated by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Land Management Division. It is subject to pages and pages of regulations by the state, and it has operated at this location for a long time and is subject to inspection, reporting, and regulations by the state throughout its operations. The proposal, and we've worked with staff for several months. We filed the application on June 25th of this past year. The plans to allow the overburden to be relocated elsewhere has been provided to staff and to city officials for a number of months as you were working on your comprehensive plan. So this is something that is, as you probably know about, has been in the works for a long, long time. We are in agreement with the recommendations of the staff and with the unanimous recommendations of the planning board. Maybe there has been some confusion, but we've tried to communicate clearly at all points in this entire process that what we are asking for is not an expansion, of the excavation extraction area whatsoever. That is already subject to the mining plan that is on file with and enforced by the state, and is subject to and enforced by the zoning requirements of Holly Springs. And that is not changing whatsoever. The area that can be mined, the depth that can be mined, all of that's regulated, and all of that is monitored, and all of that is subject to state inspection. And none of that changes whatsoever with this rezoning application. All that we are asking to do from a land use perspective, and of course, as Mr. Schifano can tell you, that the land use zoning is your jurisdiction tonight, is simply moving topsoil from where we are already allowed to quarry to another area so it can be stored at that location. So we are not asking to expand the extraction or excavation area. We are simply moving soil from one location to another, where that soil will be completely planted with grass and then planted with trees. So we will be basically at the end of the moving of that soil, there will be a forested area there post land moving than it was is today. If anything, this application will allow greater buffering, greater separation, greater preservation of area north of the existing pit area and plant than might otherwise exist. Because given the restrictions that we are offering to place as conditions in that rezoning, we're not going to be able to do anything in that area except move the topsoil and manage the stormwater and have very, very limited use of that property. It can't be used for structures and buildings and housing and so forth along Rex Road. So in fact, the ultimate outcome of this rezoning would be to provide greater protection, greater buffering, and greater preservation than what might otherwise occur on the Powell's property there. Now, we have had, as I said, there's been no secret. We've been very open with our plans. We had a community meeting on September 12th. Some folks attended from the neighborhood. We had some good questions. We were glad to answer those questions. We had one of the residents from across Rex Road come who was familiar with the quarry operations, said it had not had any adverse effect whatsoever. So we had not been aware of anyone who had any concerns whatsoever. Then the planning board meeting met here, and there was no opposition whatsoever during the planning board meeting at all. And again, our application has been on file since June 25th. Now, there is a lot of misinformation that one can gather out there about quarries. There's been a lot of publicity and press about another quarry at another location here in Wake County over the past several months. There are those who tried to use that quarry for political purposes in the recent City of Raleigh City Council elections. So I can understand where there might be misinformation about quarries and about operations of quarries and about effects of quarries, because there has been a lot in the paper. But in this particular instance, the rezoning before you, from a land use perspective, is completely and totally consistent with the town's comprehensive land use plan and future land use map. This was fully considered in a number of hearings that you conducted regarding your future land use map. It was designated as appropriate for heavy industrial use. The irony is that even though this is going to be zoned heavy industrial, the actual property subject to the application tonight isn't going to be anything but a soil storage area. Again, we will have no roads and no access to Rex Road. There will not be housing development or shopping centers or impervious surfaces that will be in this area because of the limitations and restrictions that we've placed on ourselves. At the end of the day, the topsoil, which will be relocated to this property, will be seeded, it will be grassed, and it will be planted with trees. And at the end of the day, that is all this zoning is really about. Now, I'd be happy to answer questions that you may have. Again, we have a lot of folks here. We do monitor groundwater. We monitor the amount of water that comes into the pit. That is certainly the thing that every quarry operator does. And I'm sorry, there could be misinformation. There could be completely unrelated problems with wells in the area. This is the first that we've heard about any of this. It's the first time anyone's ever come to us with any of this information in the 30, 40 years that we've been operating this quarry. So given that history, given the process that we have been through with your staff, with your planning board, with the community meetings, with each step of the process complying with every requirement of your ordinance to ensure that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan, the facts are not going to change. Now, what we will do is that we will make sure that we get the names and contact information of any person who wants to give that information to myself, to the plant manager, Mr. David Little, who works out of Dallas, Texas, as the Director of Operation Services and Logistics. He is here tonight. We commit to you, and we commit to anyone here, that we will meet with the folks that have any concerns whatsoever. We will investigate what those concerns are, and we will be good citizens as we've had for the last 40 years. But that effort to work and try to address the concerns they may have has nothing to do with whether this is consistent with your land use plan and whether or not this zoning application should be approved. For that reason, we ask that this not be delayed and that you vote to approve the ordinance that has been recommended by staff. I and others here are available to answer any questions that you have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stires. Appreciate it. This is a public hearing, so.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have anyone else signed up at this time, so we're going to close public hearing. And do you have any questions for Melissa? Anybody?
I don't know if these are
I do.
Melissa questions or anybody else questions. I fully understand that this is not an expansion of the quarry, but moving the dirt to I understand what this is about. I had, before tonight, had concerns when I was looking at the summary of the meeting where they talked about the asphalt plant smell odors that happen in the summertime, so I wanted to learn more a little bit about that. But I'm very concerned about the citizens that came up to talk about their water, and personally would think that we need to understand if that's related to the quarry or not, and what exactly can be done for them. So I do have concerns over that. Now would be the time, I think, the leverage time to kind of work through that. So those are my concerns.
Is there a representative here? Was that him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Starr, if you can come on up, we have some questions, please.
That's why I was saying at the podium.
Understand that.
Again, I'm happy to answer any questions, and if I'm not able to, I've worked with Hanson for probably now 14 years at a variety of quarries throughout the southeast. So, but if you have technical questions, I may ask someone else who's here with me to come up, all of whom are already sworn in. Mm-hmm. So the Ten Brinks came to the community meeting, and they said, I was at that community meeting, so I can testify as to what was discussed about that time. And they were saying, you know, on occasion, in the summertime, you have temperature inversions, you know, they could smell something coming from the quarry area. And we explained to them that it was not actually from the quarry operations. There is an asphalt plant operated by, I think, the Fred Smith Company at the location. Asphalt plants are also very heavily regulated by the state as well in the air emissions. They said it certainly wasn't constant. It only occurred in the summer. It only occurred on occasions. And so we kind of explained to them, and we are in communications with Fred Smith. It's kind of part of any asphalt operations. If there's temperature inversions that can keep odors close to the ground for an hour or two or three on the hottest summer days, it's possible, and we don't dispute that. They seem to be satisfied with the discussion we had with them. We have their contact information. We invited them to contact us if there are problems. They thanked us for the information, said they were satisfied. They did not come to the public hearing, the hearing before the planning board. They're not here tonight. So we trust that they do not, they actually live about closest to the corner of the quarry property where the Fred Smith asphalt plant's located. So their home is probably the closest. So they seem satisfied with what that, with that issue. With regards to the drinking water, there is nothing that a quarry puts into the soil. Nothing that is a quarry, a pit extracts from the rock, but it doesn't change the quality of the water, and there's no physics that could potentially do anything to the water. If, depending upon the depth of the well, the quality of the construction of the well, the filters in the well, I can't address any of that. I don't have any information. We're glad to have those conversations. But there's nothing about the quarry itself that could possibly push water out into a well or contaminate a well. Now, quarries do have water that seeps into a quarry, potentially. This particular quarry is very impervious. It's almost like a bathtub, quite frankly. But there is some water that comes into a quarry that has to be removed, and that can potentially affect, in theory, a water table. But in terms of contaminating a well, that is just not physically possible in my experience working with quarries, because there's nothing that the quarry contaminates. There's nothing that pushes out. We're just removing the bedrock that's in the soil. So again, I'm glad to meet with the folks who spoke tonight. We want to be good citizens. We can examine their wells. We can test their wells. We can look at what the depth is and what the construction was, and if it's there for a long time, is there a problem with the filtering? I don't know any of those issues tonight, but there's nothing about what a quarry does, which is simply to move rock out of the ground, that's going to affect water quality in the area. That's just not the laws of physics and laws of hydrogeology. There we go, I get the right. The laws of hydrogeology just don't work that way. And I will say you have two quarries here in this part of the county, very close. We have quarries, we have a quarry off of Durley Road in Raleigh, off of Highway 1 near Wake Forest. We have quarries in Rocky Mount. We have quarries in Princeton, North Carolina. There are actually 12 quarries in Wake County. And I'm not aware of any quarry contaminating or putting something into a well, because it's just not how hydrogeology works.
So you had not heard these complaints before?
None whatsoever. And we have, Mr. DeRia is out there every single day, but absolutely not. This is completely new to us.
So I think those folks have been trying to talk to somebody, so I think, I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but I certainly have concerns about moving forward tonight without learning more.
I think we have two different things going on here. So we have an issue with some residents with the query that definitely needs to be addressed. But what they are wanting to do, this rezoning, does that affect what's going on at the quarry? Will that affect what's happening with them? Well, that's what I'm wondering. From what we're being told, this is just going to be used, but I'm not sure if I could be completely off.
This zoning tonight does not affect the depth and width with which we can extract soil on the land that's already been approved by the city, by the town of Holly Springs.
Well, it sounds like the digging and all is from what the residents are saying, is they're being impacted from that, and that's not what we're...
That's what I'm wondering. What is the impact? Maybe Melissa, I don't know if you can even say what the impact of for the residents is. Is there any?
I think it would be fair to say that this zoning this evening, as we described, is not increasing the extraction capacity of the quarry. It is a separate property and has limited uses. It does involve the same individual. So at this point, it does sound that you have two different matters, one regarding the uses potentially that could occur on the new property versus the existing uses that are separately regulated. One other note of clarification is it was suggested to the applicants they did have the opportunity to move forward with this use under the existing R30 zoning as a special exception use. They could have taken that route. They did choose instead to go with the rezoning from the standpoint of having it be very clear and obvious that the property was zoned with that industrial zoning classification, even though they are limiting the uses. So potentially there could have been a slightly less laborious route. It would have been perhaps more confusing to some individuals, however, to have that in an R30 zoning district. That would have been a potential option, however.
We could also refer these folks to state officials that do regulate drinking water and folks. We can make sure we're not aware of any issues whatsoever. No one in this room has ever had any communications or contacts from any of the folks that have spoken. Okay. With regards to any water issues. But we would be happy to make sure that the right folks talk to them about their drinking water issues. But the movement of the soil has nothing to do with that for this zoning application tonight.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions?
I have no questions. It does seem like two completely separate situations here. First is just a plan consistency statement that is irrespective of the existing quarry and the use of that. Again, we're not expanding the quarry, we're not changing the quarry use, we're putting, the idea is to put dirt there and quite nicely grow trees there. I don't know what benefit there is to delay this, because I don't know if we'd ever get satisfying results from anybody else, and this is unrelated again to the existing quarry. I don't think it's fair to hold what's already approved and regulated and not changing, holding this kind of hostage to try to extract more information and so forth of that. I do think more info is needed, and I think we would like to understand the nature of these problems and not just file it away, whatever they may be. But with the motions before us are unrelated to that.
I differ on saying the word hostage. I think that they had a communication with the neighbors. Maybe these neighbors didn't know about it, but there are neighbors that want to have a voice. What would hurt if we delayed it so I could learn more, and maybe we could learn more what they want? Because all of my dealings with around the quarry and the people have been good neighbors, and I would think that this would be one of the things that you'd want to do, is make sure that you build those good neighbor relationships. Sounds like this is an opportunity to do that. I would prefer to delay so we can at least have those conversations.
Maybe not hostage, but what would the acceptance criteria be in delaying? What would be the acceptance criteria to move this forward?
At least they could sit around the table and be heard and either find out that it's not related or not. I mean, I think that is worth.
But that's what we're doing right now. But the thing is, I understand we have to figure out what is going on. If it is related with the drinking water, we do have to address that. But this, to me, is a completely separate. And so, I don't think talking about this around the table is going to fix that problem that needs to be addressed. That's what I'm wondering.
I think my issue is that this is a totally separate use. As Melissa said, it's the same owner, but it's two different properties and two different uses. So I'm not quite comfortable delaying that to get more information on a different property that is not changing, that does not have any, it's not growing, its use is not changing, or it's just unrelated.
If residential was coming in there, would that change it? If this was to have, if someone was coming in to move, because it's R30, would you still be concerned? That's if I'm looking at.
I'm concerned because so far, what I've heard is they're good neighbors and nobody has issues with it. Well, I'm just hearing that there's folks with issues with it right now. and
With
it
the
could
query,
be-
but not with what we're talking about right here, right?
Right, but if we do this, it could help them be there longer. I mean, I think there's an education part that I need to do to make sure that they're not related and everything's fine, that it's not because of the seismic thing that's going on. I mean, this could extend the life. They're going to be changing the trees, it could change this. So until I heard that there were issues, I understood what was going on, but now there are folks that they brought their water. I mean, there's something going on, and I think with all of these experts, they could pretty quickly say it's not related or they have all the experts. Why can't we give them a little bit of time to do that? So that would be what I would ask for, is a delay, at least to have this, you sit down with those residents.
I mean, either way, it's okay with me. This is the first, I've been on here 8 years, I'm sure there may have been problems before me. I'm not saying there's not, because I do believe that you guys have an issue and we need to address that. But I'm just surprised it's all of a sudden, right now, that, and just because I completely, when I read through this packet, I completely looked at this
Yeah.
as being something different than the query. You know what I mean? I know it's the same
I
owner, but I
understand.
looked at it different. That's why it didn't dawn on me that, something like that.
So one of the things that I have learned, since I haven't been on council that long, is just because we have the formal process doesn't mean that people hear it or participate like they want to, that there are still folks out there that feel unheard. And that's all this would be saying, if we delayed it, to give them a chance to, and they have the experts, maybe they come back, have a meeting and say everything was fine. It's just.
I
we
think they'll
have
be
the
heard
opportunity to do
either
that.
way, though. I think regardless of what happens here with this vote, they will be heard by this company, and
In the town, we can even, facilitate something to look, definitely to facilitate, to make sure that it's done.
We'd participate with that if the town would like to.
And I mean,
Yep.
they will be held accountable for making sure we have that meeting and everything like that,
Right, but.
right? Can we?
Yeah, I think, Mayor and Council, the one question I would have is, the town is not in the business of regulating well water outside of the town limits, and that, my understanding, falls to Wake County and then the Department of Environment, Natural Resources at the state. So those would probably be the primary folks who need to be involved in that type of meeting.
But like, we could help
We can certainly
facilitate
help
that,
in
right, exactly.
And make sure folks have an opportunity to connect with the right people to have that conversation.
Anything else?
My preference would be to delay so we can, not for long, at least have that meeting and then we can come back. We've delayed for other times when we're looking for more information or, that would be my preference.
What do you think?
You're looking at me. I'm prepared to vote on this tonight. I think, I've had 4, meetings with Mr. Burnett, representative of the quarry, gone through this at length, probably a lot more than I would have anticipated. But much like we see on residential applications, this applicant has voluntarily restricted their uses to the 4 conditions that we see on here, what they're going to do with this property, which is a completely separate use from the other property that they're already operating the quarry on. I think Mr. Harrington spoke to the fact that the town doesn't regulate the well water and we can provide the right contacts to get the water issue resolved. But for me, I don't think that's a factor in the rezoning request at this point.
Okay. You want to move forward with the vote?
You may get a response. You don't get a response.
What's that?
You don't get a response.
You were supposed to sign up for a public hearing.
When you ask questions, can you ask questions of residents?
Mm-mm,
You
mm-mm.
can't ask questions of residents.
Not to be sworn in. Sorry. Here's my take. We have 2 separate issues here.
I understand.
And what we have in front of us is, moving dirt from one property to another. From the drilling, I mean, that's something that needs to be investigated, for sure, but that's not what we're making a decision on, is on drilling or expansion. It's moving dirt to another piece of property, and that's what have the zoning in front of us. I do think that we should definitely help the residents there, get the right information on who they should contact to have that. That is very alarming to see water enclosed like that. So I don't know what that impacts that, but what we have in front of us is dirt, moving dirt from one location to another. So I don't have an issue on voting tonight.
Motion to adopt plan consistency statement. The requested zone map change from R30 residential to ITCU industry and technology conditional use is consistent with the vision of Holly Springs comprehensive plan, since the future land use plan map indicates this property heavy industrial and the ITCU district will support uses consistent with this. In addition, the proposed zoning conditions will create an appropriate transition of uses from the adjacent existing quarry site.
Second.
Motion made second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So we have 4 approvals and 1 nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll invite anyone who would like to
Oh,
give me
another
their name.
zoning. Go ahead.
Motion to adopt rezoning ordinance 19 REZ03 to approve the rezoning from R30 residential to ITCU industry and technology conditional use with the petitioner's offered conditions as stated in the packet.
Councilmember Barry, sorry to interrupt, there is a typo on the screen. It is REZ02. I apologize.
I'll amend my motion for 19 REZ02.
Second.
Motion made second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have 4 to 1. Next motion?
That,
I thought there was 3.
on the 3?
No?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to agenda item 6C, which is 19-DP-11 Hawthorne at Holly Springs. And I believe that's Matt Beard.
I'll give them a moment.
Let's give a second, Matt. That's the folks on the quarry. That's the folks on the quarry. They're out there talking right now. Okay, thanks, Matt.
You're welcome. Matt Beard, Planning and Zoning. So this item is being brought before you with a proposal for a multifamily development plan. This will be an evidentiary public hearing, and we will receive public comment, and then we'll ask you to make a motion to approve, deny, or table the development plan request 19-DP-11. The property in question is located within the Southern Crossroads master plan area in the area in red shown on the screen, and the request is for a 185-unit apartment complex on the south side of Southern Crossings Boulevard at the intersection of Southern Crossings Boulevard and Piney Grove Wilbon Road. The site plan is shown on the screen with the correct parking summary. It was brought to my attention earlier today that the parking summary provided in the planning board staff report was incorrect. So I want to make sure to highlight that they are not requesting any parking waivers and that they are within the thresholds required by the town's Unified Development Ordinance. Another item I would like to highlight is the location of the pool and clubhouse. This was a point of discussion through the review. Initially, the plan was to have the clubhouse and pool located at the corner of Southern Crossings Boulevard and Piney Grove Wilbon Road. Staff provided comment that the swimming pool would actually need to be located at least one residential lot away from any state-maintained road, so as to avoid having swimming pools located along major roadways. The point of this slide would be to highlight that while the pool has been moved, there is still remaining a playground in that location. And so while our job as plan reviewers is to verify compliance with the UDO, it is not necessarily to make the judgments on where playgrounds should and shouldn't go beyond the rules of the UDO. So in this slide, we're seeing some of the proposed and existing sidewalks and greenways that are available to the potential future residents of Hawthorne Apartments, as well as the Exchange Apartments. On here, you will see that there are sidewalks under construction on the north side of Ralph Stevens Road, as well as along Southern Crossings Boulevard. However, there will not be any included with this project or any of the other projects within Southern Crossroads Master Plan area due to a previous development agreement that the town has with the developer of Southern Crossroads Master Plan. The plan for Hawthorne does include a connection to a planned greenway that will be constructed as part of the Exchange apartment development. And you'll see that in green along here. And if you have any questions about engineering or utilities, we can bring Rachel up. Otherwise, we can move forward.
Anybody have questions? Okay.
And any questions about transportation or environmental concerns?
When was that TIA updated?
Rachel, come
Sorry, Rachel.
Good evening. So the original TIA was, approved in 2017. This project specifically, they submitted a trip generation memorandum that highlighted the number of trips that they anticipate with the apartments itself, and that was within the threshold that was originally approved in the TIA that was associated with the master plan. The build out that was projected in the originally approved TIA was 2021, so they are within that time period as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And so for this one, we will ask that Sean McGrath will come up and present the planning board's discussion items.
Evening, Council. Sean McGrath, obviously the Chairman of the Planning Board. What we discussed were some of the things that Matt already addressed a little bit. One was the location of the playground being right along Main Road there. Again, that's, within the developer's purview, but we did discuss that as to its placement in the community. The biggest items of contention, in fair disclosure, full disclosure, one of those nay votes was my own. And those concerns were of the lack of sidewalks. Obviously, an apartment complex trying to get to what most apartment dwellers are going to want, whether that's connectivity to Walmart or other locations that are right there for shopping or for restaurants, et cetera, in that area. I understand that's not part of the Southern Crossroads plan. That's a challenge for the town, not necessarily for this developer, but that was, again, a point of contention with approving the plan as we move forward until we actually get some type of sidewalk connectivity. The other one was Councilmember Bryan, to your question, same question that was asked in the board of the timing of that TIA and how it impacted. And moreover, really, the things that have come since and all the development that goes on, whether it's south there or south of our line down in Harnett County, and the actual traffic count that is flowing up in that area that is ultimately going into the Avent Ferry Main Street intersections at NC 55. So for those reasons, those were some considerations. Other discussions amongst the board members, another dissenting opinion was for the power lines that go through there. And that's not only a concern for this development, but other developments that we've considered recently. Just a discussion, again, as we had with their engineers, and I'm sure you'll hear from them again. They're within the required distances that the state and the federal requirement have for setback for those type of power lines. So again, they're within them, and I'm not sure that there's clear scientific evidence against that unless we want to challenge federal and state law as far as those setbacks. But those were the primary discussion items that we had on the planning board as we considered it for you. Questions for me?
Questions for Sean?
No.
Good?
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for explaining that.
If you have any further questions for me or other
Other
staff?
questions for Matt? No? Okay. So we're going to open it up to a public hearing, and we have a few people. First one is Phil, is it Payonic? Brian.
Bill Bryan.
Oh, Bill Bryan, okay. All right. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is Bill Bryan. I'm an attorney with the Morningstar Law Group, 112 West Main Street, Durham, North Carolina. I represent Southern Crossroads, which is the owner and developer of the entire project, which is subject to the Southern Crossroads Master Plan. I also represent Hawthorne, which is the developer of the multifamily project that is before you this evening. It's my pleasure to introduce the Hawthorne and Holly Spring project to you this evening. It's the next in a series of projects at the Southern Crossroads that have developed along with the Lightbridge Academy and the Exchange. In attendance this evening to present the site plan is Mr. Phil Payonk from Hawthorne, along with his colleague Meredith Graves, Mr. Nolan France from Hagen Engineering. You want to raise your hand? And Mr. Reinhold Stevenson of Ramey Kemp and Associates, traffic engineers, to answer any questions that you all may have about the traffic studies. And also Mr. Brantley Powell from Southern Crossroads is here if you have any questions for him. I don't know if Mr. Stevenson got here early enough to be sworn in. I'm not entirely sure I understand the swearing in part of an administrative hearing, but we'll be more than happy to have him sworn in if that's your preference in your process. Hawthorne's obligation tonight is to demonstrate that its plan complies with the terms of the applicable ordinance, which include the development agreement for Southern Crossroads. If so, its development plan is entitled to approval as an administrative matter. We feel confident that after tonight's presentation, you will feel both comfortable and hopefully enthusiastic about approving the Hawthorne site plan. And so with no further ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Mr. Payonk to come up and present the plan itself. Phil,
Mr. Bryan, this is public hearing comment. You'll have an opportunity when we have questions, but it's public hearing.
Well, this is when we make our presentation, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and we're ready to do that now.
I understand that, but then I have to close public hearing, so.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So this is public hearing for residents to speak up. So then if there's anyone else that has not been sworn in, but there's no one else, so I would need to close public hearing, and then you can do your presentation. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's
Just following the rules.
It's a very unusual procedure, but I'm more than happy to.
Well, again, I have Mr. Payana who has signed up for public hearing, so he's with you, correct?
Yes, and he's
Okay.
ready to present.
Well, again,
the
he's signed
site
up.
plan.
He's signed up for public hearing, so I'm just following what's on the rules here.
Understand.
Okay. So we're going to close public hearing, and if you guys have any questions for Matt,
No.
or just the applicant himself, okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you.
So now we'd like to.
You're all set.
Yeah, I'm going to stay here with Mr. Payonk, if that's
Okay,
all right.
great.
He's my client. So that's-
Hi, I'm Phil Payonk with Hawthorne Residential Partners, located in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Hold on before you stop. Did I close public hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And now we want to
You
hear
did
from the
now.
applicant.
I did now. Now I'm hearing the applicant. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Just want to make sure we get the procedure
Yep.
right there. Just want to say thank you to council members and to the staff. We've worked closely with the Town of Holly Springs staff through 3 or 4 meetings in trying to present a project that meets what the town's requirements are. It's a very thorough process. We enjoyed working with them, and I think we've come up with a plan that we hope you guys feel the same way about. Press. Other way? Just wanted to give you guys a quick overview of what these buildings are going to look like. This is a standard 24-unit building that we've built. Hawthorne owns, operates, and develops properties throughout North Carolina. We own and manage here in the Triangle. We're based in Greensboro, North Carolina. We have properties in Wilmington, Asheville, as well as Charlotte. These colors are all part of the town's standard color palette, which we worked closely, and you'll find hardy board, brick, as well as stone accents. We think they're very attractive buildings, and they've been well received throughout North Carolina. Just another elevation of our clubhouse. This is kind of a central gathering spot for our residents, for leasing, for activities. And I think as we flip through these slides, I know we had some questions about the location of the clubhouse and how it's moved. We can talk about the screening. We can talk about the some of the pool house that we have here that kind of blocks the pool from the road. And then we can get into some of the amenities that we have here. One of the comments from the planning board was not offering enough amenities, and I think you'll see as we get into the list of amenities that we have that we offer residents, we really try to go above and beyond and create a really nice product that's going to fit in with the town of Holly Springs. So just a kind of a list of amenities that we'll have here at this project. We'll have a clubhouse, which will have a lounge, a TV, fireplace. It'll have a designer kitchen where residents can come meet. It'll have a 24-hour fitness center. There'll be a saltwater pool with an expansive deck. There's also going to be a pool house that's going to block the pool from the road, as well as some additional landscaping and screening. We'll have a grilling pavilion with a flat screen TV and fireplace, a playground, Starbucks coffee bar. There's a 24-hour business center so residents can come and go, and our business centers are almost more of a office type workspace, copiers, printers, a conference facility, places for residents to come and work so they don't have to leave the property. We'll have a pet park and a pet wash, as well as a volleyball court. Some of the units will have granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, upscale wood flooring, 9-foot ceilings, designer cabinets. We really wanted to fit the type of housing that Holly Springs needs and the type of housing that your residents and people demand. These are just a couple of example photos of some of our various projects around North Carolina here. We've got, this is Hawthorne at Leland. We also have one project from Weaverville and Asheville. Just a couple of pictures of the unit interiors that we have here. These are examples of our amenity spaces, playground, gym, resident gathering area. This property will have a package locker system. You can see there's a pet wash station, which is a very popular business center, as well as other examples of our clubhouse. On the site plan, you'll see that this one gives you a little bit better feel for the along the edge of Southern Crossroads Boulevard. Some of your landscaping trees will have the pool house, which will block the pool, and the playground. Some comments came up about that. That playground is going to have it'll have a 6-foot high fence, metal fence, as well as landscape buffering around it. Okay, so the landscaping that's around that it'll also have a berm area as well. It's going to end up being mature trees. There'll be various bushes that will help screen and they grow quickly, and then it'll also have some native grasses and other plants. And we've worked closely with the town to make sure that all that fits within your guidelines, and then even took it a little bit further. So at this juncture, I'm going to stop and see if there's any questions, comments that I can answer, or any of our representatives here be happy to answer.
Questions?
I was surprised that there aren't, one of the buildings is a 3-4 level, and you have all these amenities, and there's no elevators. You weren't planning to put any elevators in the buildings for accessibility?
Yeah, it's my understanding the 3-4 split building does have an elevator. Yes.
It does?
Yes,
So is that the only one that has elevators? Is that one? Okay.
Yes,
didn't-
ma'am.
Okay.
Questions?
I think we're all painfully familiar with the development agreement and what kind of unfunded taxpayer liability it saddles us with. But in the evaluation of your plan, Mr. Payong, I'm just curious, at any point in time, did you consider, you've got a lot of these great amenities, and all of your residents are going to be within walking distance of major commercial centers. They can't get there at all. We've got an intensely high-dense project here, plus the one next door. Nobody can walk anywhere. Did you ever think that having connectivity would enhance the quality of life of the people that are going to reside here?
We did look at that on Southern Crossroads Boulevard, which we have sidewalks in place now. Mr. Powell's already put those in. And then they will be able to gain access to the sidewalk that's across the street, which will then wrap back around, which is leading to where the Lowe's and the new Wegmans is going. So, they do have connectivity. It's not perfect, but my understanding is that the development agreement has kind of regulated some of that, and so we're comfortable with the connectivity that we have now, and hopefully as time progresses, that will improve further.
Who's going to do it? I guess you're asking the town to do that, right? Because there's going to be no further development there.
In accordance with the memorandum that I submitted to the council, it was a trade-off. The town chose not to pay money to the Powells when the condemnation case came through, and instead decided to save that money. So it was a decision in a bargain for exchange sort of process, which was approved by the town council after a public hearing and a public meeting, and adopted as part of the zoning for this property, that yes, that is a town obligation to build the sidewalks along there. One of the problems, and this is a bit of a digression, but I think it's probably worth noting for those who are in your position, in the decision-making position, when the road was built, it was built without curbs and gutters and a number of other problems, which make it very, very difficult to put a sidewalk in that location right now. Again, that was a town project with state money, I believe. And the choices were made at that time to do it that way. So whereas, for example, it would be relatively cheap to throw some sidewalk down, it's actually an engineering, great deal of difficulty in doing the engineering to put a sidewalk in right now because the road isn't designed properly in order to accept a sidewalk. So it's going to be a long-term town project regardless. And again, that was the choice that was made by the town council at the time that the development agreement was entered into, which was just a couple of years ago. And so at this point, rather than pay Mr. Powell and his family, as much as another $1 million, the town made the decision to not do that and to exempt this project from those obligations and to otherwise freeze the terms of the ordinance pursuant to the general statutes. I appreciate that may be a decision that you would not agree with, but it was the decision that was made, and it was not by any means made in the dark. It was made in a full public hearing that was really the equivalent of a rezoning when that agreement was adopted by the town. and after full notification of everybody in the area and public advertisement, the whole 9 yards. So that is, so yes, the short answer to your question is yes, that is a town obligation.
I understand your position, Mr. Bryan. I think there's a lot that's changed in this town since 2016, and any responsible developer coming in here now looking for a density of this magnitude, we're asking people to increase the quality of life. And seeing this project, I would have thought there's an opportunity here for the developer to approach the town. Maybe there's a partnership. Maybe we can do something to improve the quality of life, not only for these people that are going to reside here, but for the people that surround there. And, you know, the petitioner, the owner, no one resides in Holly Springs. So after this is built out and you guys are getting your monthly rent, you're not going to see the impacts. But I have to talk to constituents every single day that are going to feel the impact of the lack of connectivity here. And for me, it's just a glaring omission. And, you know, I completely understand your position on the development agreement, but I think there's an opportunity for the developer to be more responsible and we can work together.
Well, that's certainly possible after the plan is approved, but at the point where we stand now, the developer has met the legal requirements for the approval of its plan. Now, if you are asking the developer to come forward after that point and have a discussion about it, I think that's perfectly reasonable, and maybe some discussions could be had. Phil, you want to say anything about that? Yeah, he'd be more than well. You know, this is Hawthorne that we're talking about. We'd be more than willing to talk about that. But on the other hand, as I think one of you said, I don't think we don't want to make this a situation where an otherwise legally compliant plan is not acted upon or is turned down for reasons that are not consistent with the law. And our position here this evening is that this plan, I believe it's the position of the staff, this plan is consistent with the all applicable law and therefore is entitled to be approved, and we would ask you to do that. If you, and your comments are, you know, heartfelt and understood, and I don't see any reason why we couldn't have a conversation going forward. It's important that those conversations be held in an atmosphere of mutual respect and trust, and that requires the town to reach out to us, because under the circumstances, there is no legal obligation to do that work. But that's what you're doing right now. We'd be more than happy to sit down and have a conversation about how some of these matters can be addressed and how we can partner with the town to address them. I hope that is what you were looking for.
I understand your position.
I'm with Councilman Berry. You started the presentation by saying be enthusiastic, and I'm not enthusiastic. And I think one of the things that the developers have come to the table so far, even before when we passed, like say tree preservation, developers after, like would come up and say, you know what, I know that the spirit of where the town wants to be now has changed. I will comply and go above and beyond because I understand where the current council is in terms of things they want to do for their residents. We have traffic concerns. Connectivity is a huge concern. You know, having the right number of trees. So enthusiastic is not a word I have around this project for those reasons.
And if we're going to have that, if you're open to that discussion, I don't see what the problem would be with tabling this and having that discussion.
Well, the problem with it, frankly, is the problem that was raised earlier with regard to the quarry. It feels like we're being held hostage. And that is, we are in a situation in which we've met the minimum legal requirements and therefore have a legal right to be approved. And to delay that is frankly, or to try to hold that approval over the heads of the people who are here tonight, some of whom have flown in from out of town in order to be here, is problematic. Or I think you all would agree with that, I mean, frankly.
I think the lack of
We're in our
connectivity
situation.
for me is problematic. So the only leverage we have to even negotiate at this point is to, in my opinion, table the plan and entertain a discussion if the team is willing to do that. I think in the interest of our residents, that's my position, and I feel like maybe we could come to a mutually agreeable position, and maybe there's a way to partner, I don't know, but I at least want to entertain that conversation and have a lot more comfort over what I'm approving than the glaring omission I spoke about earlier.
I agree.
I agree.
Peter?
Feedback? Yeah, I still have some questions for Matt and
Mhm.
our team.
Yeah, not even there yet.
Okay. Thank you very much. You have questions for Matt? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Just looking at the layout here, can you explain why we have no like road stubs to possible neighboring properties for connectivity? Is that, how does that work? I mean, if it was a single-family home neighborhood, I would expect to see that, but I don't see any kind of stubs here.
I'm going to have Rachel come up and help me on this one.
So the neighboring site is the Exchange Apartments project. They do have here on where's my mouse? The southern end, a connection to the private greenway trail that the Exchange is constructing. There is no vehicular connectivity between the two properties, but the Southern Crossings Boulevard Road was built with the Southern Crossroads Master Plan to provide that vehicular circulation without having to get onto the thoroughfare Piney Grove, Wilburn, or Ralph Stevens Road.
So, can you just explain how this is different than if this were another neighborhood?
The way that our engineering, design, and construction standards read, we evaluate each project for vehicular interconnectivity per project. So environmental features are taken into consideration, the feasibility, and so I'm not sure the history with the Exchange Apartments project and how that may have come about, and I don't know if any of the project team here tonight could elaborate on that. But typically it would be a case-by-case basis, and if there were any challenges environmental-wise or other logistics that came into play, I'm not aware of what happened with that particular project.
There's environmental features through
Right, and all along here, so there wouldn't be development on this side of the property.
It just seems to go against our mantra of interconnectivity, a pretty glaring omission from similar type neighborhood developments.
Okay. Anything else for Rachel?
Is that a result of the development agreement? Did I miss that? Or is it just the preference of the applicant not to provide those?
I don't believe it is part of the developer agreement. Maybe the applicant can elaborate on the history behind the interconnectivity between the two properties.
There's not a road there, so there's nothing to connect to.
So no future connectivity, no possible neighbors?
Or the south?
Yeah.
Yeah, the south is in wetlands area, and so there's nothing, you can't disturb that area. And then when the Exchange was built and that site plan was approved, that was done probably a couple of years ago. So at that point in time, our site plan wasn't in consideration, so there's just no roads to connect. If there was a road there, then it's something you could possibly look at, but you still have to contend with the wetlands area there, and you wouldn't be able to cross those.
Okay.
Matt, I had questions around the power easement. So there's an area between those dotted lines, that's the power easement, right?
Yes.
But there's parking underneath, and so is it part of this project? When you look at area, it includes the easement as well?
Yes. Yes, it does.
So that's different than some of the other projects where the power easement area is excluded.
So you're likely referring to the subdivision that we'll be hearing later this evening. So in that case, that was part of the rezoning conditions that density be calculated net the area under that easement. So typical practice would be to include all of the area in and outside of easements in any kind of density calculations, or if we're calculating required open space or tree preservation area, that includes the entire area of the project, including easements, kind of with the understanding that there will be limitations on what can be developed within those easement areas, depending on who owns the rights on that easement.
So right now, underneath, inside the easement, there's parking, and what else is in there?
Not a whole lot else.
Is that something we can later on talk about, is just easements through subdivisions and the impact that that could have in terms of project area and how it's calculated as part of the projects and the impact of power lines?
I think it's certainly up to the council, if you'd like to at some point.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just don't see them as workable area, so I'd like to have that kind of discussion.
Okay.
If that makes sense or not, in general.
Okay. Anything else for Matt? It sounds like the consensus of the council is to table this agenda item and have staff work with the developer to talk about a potential agreement for the sidewalks. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I think, my opinion is we just need to see what options are there, right? Perhaps we don't find something, but I would feel remiss without having the opportunity to do that. And I think tabling this and allowing that conversation to take place, I think Mr. Payong seems amenable to that. I think that would allow us the right due diligence on this to ensure we're doing the best work for our citizens here. That being said, I'll go ahead and make the motion to table Development Plan 19 DP 11 for Hawthorne Holly Springs.
Second.
Motion made, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to agenda item 6D, 19-SEU-07, Home Craft Brew Pub. And Matt Beard, you're up again.
Thank you. Somebody left their binder up here. Okay, never mind. So the next item before you is 19 SU07 for Home Crafted. This is a request for a tasting room at the existing Home Crafted location in the business park. Tonight, you'll conduct a quasi-judicial public hearing to consider the special exception use to allow tasting room in the RT Research and Technology District. We'll then ask you to make a motion to make and accept findings of fact for consideration of and to approve special exception use. So the location is at the intersection of Tradition Trail and Premier. And the request, as I just stated, is for tasting room in the RT district at 101 Tradition Trail. To kind of lead off this item as well as the following item, I wanted to provide a little bit of clarity on definitions for the different kinds of establishments that you'll see, because it is a similar business being proposed at both of these items, but a different special exception use. So to kind of lead off, we have bar and nightclub. Neither of those is being proposed this evening. Those uses would typically be standalone and in places where higher intensity noise, traffic, later working hours, things like that. So you would see those maybe in a downtown or in like a shopping center or something further away from neighborhoods. What you'll see later this evening would be artisan food and beverage producer. Those are going to be locations that you might say, let's go for a walk and go pop into this cheese shop or this little brewery or something like that, and then, walk home. It's going to be lower intensity in noise, parking. Basically, it's going to be your neighborhood adjacent shops that actually will produce a food item or beverage item. And then finally, what you're looking at in this item would be a tasting room. And so that's going to be a use that is typically going to be, or is always going to be associated with another use, such as a production facility. So in this case, it's a homebrew shop that also has a retail component and some warehouse area. So with that use, you are limited to 25% of the gross floor area that can be used towards that tasting room. So it's not meant to be the overarching driving primary use of that facility, but rather an additional kind of supporting use. So if you guys have any questions about that, we can handle those now if you'd like. Okay. So within the 101 Tradition Trail facility, so this is the GMA Supply building, if you're familiar with it, and the Homecrafted area that is being leased is on the north side of the building. So that's the area that we're talking about tonight. Engineering, there's not really going to be any changes to any services or additional transportation concerns. I don't know if we need to call up planning board, as they voted unanimously in support and did not come out with any significant issues on this one. No. Road striping in the industrial area. There was a concern about, forgive me, I was not at that meeting. I was home with my baby. But so there's, I guess, an observed lack of striping within the business park that we would like to, or the planning board would like to see addressed going forward. Very good. Okay.
Any questions for Mike? Planning board? No? Okay, no questions. We will open public hearing, and we do have one individual, Adam Reinhardt.
Or is he with both?
Both.
Okay.
Name and address, please.
Adam Reinhardt, 5729 Aurora Lane. Okay. So again, Adam Reinhardt, I'm the owner of Homecrafted, only employee. I only say that to show that it is a very small scale operation we have. We don't have plans to get big. We're not going to turn into Budweiser. We've been open for about 5 years now. We started off in Apex for about a year and a half. We've been in Holly Springs for the last 3.5 years, approximately. Our current use at Tradition Trail is, we have 3 uses: retail sales of homebrew supplies, so we pretty much sell hops, grains, yeast, kettles, stuff like that. We also have a brew on premises, which is a permit that lets people come homebrew at our location. It's kind of an awkward thing to say, but it's what they do. They brew it there and they take it home. And then we also have retail ABC sales. So that's our current use. Our proposed use would be still the primarily sell homebrew supplies. That's our bread and butter. Still have the retail ABC sales, but we're going to get rid of the brew on premises and replace it with the brewery operations. We're not changing anything. The equipment we're using for brew on premises is going to be the exact same thing we use for brewery. Very small batches. We're talking 10 gallons at a time. So we're going to wind up with still 3 uses. And we're going to change all that brew on premises space to commercial brewery, which is actually since you're going from a retail type activity to an industrial activity, it's going to be a lower parking requirement. And speaking with the town, I think parking has been the main concern for this location. We were going to wonder if we had enough. It should not be an issue. If you read the UDO, it doesn't come into play unless it increases it by at least 15%, and this actually lowers it by 1 parking space, according to my calculations. We're going to have people, we have spots in the back where employees will be parking. We could also have some customers parked out back there if necessary. I don't think it'll be necessary. Yeah, overall, we're in what's called an integrated center. So it's me and the other tenant, and we have complete opposite hours. He's Monday, Friday, 9 to 5. I'm mainly 5 to 7 currently, and then busy on the weekends. So kind of stay out of each other's way.
Okay.
Any questions?
Nope. Actually, we're in public hearings.
I didn't think so.
Okay, so I'm going to close public hearing, and because no one else has signed up, so you can ask questions if you'd like now.
Hi, are you planning to have any food trucks or any other vehicles in support of the tasting room?
I would like to, yes. And there's actually a really good spot. I'm not. Are you familiar with the building?
Not the back, or the front?
Well, so if you go in the front, there's 2 entrances, and this entrance over here, we've actually had a food truck there before, and they just park over there, and it's kind of out of the way. It doesn't take up any parking at all.
Is that on the parking, part of the parking that we're talking about? Or are the food trucks parked somewhere else?
The food truck, the one was parked in the parking. It was in the parking lot, kind of like the driveway sort of area. It's more like a no man's land.
Probably similar to like Bombshell, where the food truck kind of parks in the...
On the other side, so it's not encroaching on the parking that's in question now?
Correct.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Is your tasting room currently operational now? Are people tasting today?
They are. We got a retail permit, ABC permit, so we do have taps.
Counselor, is there any compliance issues with that? They're asking for the special exception now, but it's been happening?
I have to assume they got a permit through the police department.
Correct.
So, we would have, made sure there was zoning compliance. So something I'd have to look into, whether or not, how it's, why they would have gotten it before being zoning compliant.
Okay.
And Mr. Reinhardt, I understand you're the applicant on the next project as well. Is your intent to continue to operate both businesses independently, or at one point will they merge into one and move? Or
We're going to eventually, hopefully, move from here to the next location and close this location.
Okay. That's all I had.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions? No?
Well, my questions are on the other one.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions for Matt, we do have a motion. Anyone?
Motion to make and accept findings of fact for consideration of and to approve special exception use 19-SEU-07 with the conditions stated in the packet.
Second.
Motion made second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd also like to possibly move that we have the town attorney investigate any potential compliance issues with internal process for how the permit would have been issued before being zoning compliant.
Okay. Councilman?
We'll do it.
Okay, thank you. All righty, next up is agenda item 6E, 19-SEU-08, Eisenhower Brew Pub. Matt Beard.
Thank you. All right, so much like the previous item, except with this one, we are reviewing the application for the artisan food and beverage producer. Again, a quasi-judicial public hearing to consider that special exception use for the artisan food and beverage producer, this time in the LB Local Business District. We'll ask that you make a motion to make and accept the findings of fact for consideration of and to approve the special exception use. So in this case, the site is located just west of the intersection of Sunset Lake Road and Holly Springs Road, off of Eisenhower Drive. So we have the shops at Wood Creek here at the corner. You have like the Subway and like it's CVS on this corner. The request again for artisan food and beverage producer in the LB Local Business District, and the address is 9204 Eisenhower Drive. There was a previously approved development plan on the site that covered the conversion from a residence to an office structure. This was approved in 2013 for Lighthouse Recruiting, and they, I believe, still currently occupy the site, and they will be moving into the block building down the street when it's completed. So basically the conversion of residential to commercial has already been completed, including compliance with all of our buffering requirements for adjacent residences. Setbacks have been verified, parking has been constructed, and the applicant does not intend to alter any of these things on the development plan, which is why you're only seeing a special exception use rather than a special exception use with a development plan amendment. Once again, there will not be any proposed changes to water and sewer services or additional roadway network improvements. Planning board did not have any major concerns on this. I believe that there had been perhaps some discussion maybe beforehand about parking concerns on the property in the event of, I guess, an event on the property, and I guess the applicant kind of responded with their findings of fact, stating that all parking would be done in compliance with the UDO, and part of that is accounting for parking during events, and if you are going to have an event on the property, a permit is required, and we will need to see that ample parking is available, emergency access is provided. If you are having a food truck, as Mr. Reinhardt said, he might do at the other location, we will need to see where that's being located. And I believe it was the owner of Shops at Wood Creek who had said that there would be overflow parking available, but I might have the applicant verify that.
Okay. Any
So if you
questions
have
from
any
Matt right now?
questions.
None? Okay. Oh, you do?
I have questions, but I don't know if, you know.
Well, we have a public hearing,
Let's
yep.
do that first.
So we're going to open it up for public hearing, and we have Mr. Adam Reinhardt again. Again, name and address again, please. Thank you.
Adam Reinhardt, 5729 Avera Lane. So we're basically gonna, again, we'll be closing down Tradition Trail operations, the same 3 proposed uses, and moving to 9204 Eisenhower. There are 9 parking spaces, which I believe is enough, but if there's not, there's plenty of land there for us to have off-street parking on the grass. And I don't see it being an issue, but I'm open to any questions about any concerns.
Questions?
In the public hearing or outside?
Outside, but no. We don't have any questions right now.
Okay.
But there's no one else that's signed up. So you could stay there, Mr. Reinhardt, so I'm going to close. I'm sorry? Okay. I'm going to allow it, if you can come on up, and she has to be sworn in.
Sworn in.
Linda? Linda?
Don't swear her in.
She went after we had started the meeting, so I was unable to stop her.
You just come up to.
Come on up
Yeah.
here and she can swear you in.
Swear you in.
Nope. Is it over?
Bible's in the back.
Oh.
Chief.
Yeah, we'll bring the Bible.
Mhm.
You solemnly swear that what you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Name and address, please? Right there. Oh, when you go there, that's fine.
My name is Betty Mitchell. I live at 9212 Eisenhower Drive. I just have some concerns. My concerns is what kind of business would this be? And is this going to be a place where customers come to have alcohol beverages? And if so, how many people will it sit? And if there will be parking spaces enough? And what are the hours of operation? Would there be loud noise? There's also a bar already in the neighborhood at that shopping center. Why do we need two in this little neighborhood? And I have lived on Eisenhower for 41 years, and I lived there for the peace and the quiet. And any time you are serving alcohol beverages, things can get out of hand. So I'm also concerned about safety. After all, I will be living next door to a bar. I don't see that as a good or great idea. If anybody can answer any of my questions.
Thank you very much.
We can explain
We
the
can't,
past
we can't ask questions, ma'am. We can't ask questions.
We
We just,
can't?
public comment gives you the opportunity to speak on behalf. But we appreciate you coming and talking to us.
So I,
We're going to ask questions on the applicant, so
Yeah.
just prepare. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we are going to close public hearing, and Mr. Reinhardt, you have the floor again. We have questions, I'm sure.
Okay.
What have you done to engage with the neighbors to find out the concerns? Because going from an office building was probably pretty quiet in an area that's surrounded by residential to a bar is a big difference. So what have you done to engage with the neighbors?
If she lives at the house, I think it's the people either side. I've talked to the people, if you're looking at the building, I think they're technically on Sunset. I've knocked on their door, and I've spoken to them, and they didn't voice any concerns. If she's the house to the left, which I believe she is, I went to her house twice. I didn't get an answer. I left my card in her door, and I just never heard anything. So I did make a good faith effort. I didn't hear any concerns about it.
Can you address some of her questions?
Absolutely. So yeah, the type of business, that was her first question. We will be, it's an artisan food and beverage. It's artisan beer. Again, it's going to be the 10-gallon small batch stuff. How many people? To be honest with you, I don't have a detailed drawing of it, but I can tell you the square footages of the different dimensions if you'd like to hear it. Bear with me one second. Okay, tap room's gonna be 500 square feet. I can't imagine more than 10 people being in there in a space that size. But it just depends how it's laid out. And most of the things in there it's basically a wide open building. There is one wall that is a structural wall, so we're gonna have to design around that, which I wasn't aware of until recently. So I'm thinking maybe 10, 12 people, including employees. As far as the hours, I don't see it going past 8 o'clock on weekdays. Honestly, I haven't sat there and mapped everything out. I could maybe see it 10 o'clock on Saturdays, Fridays and Saturdays, something like that. Sunday, probably be closed before or after the second football game is off, so what, 8?
So this is going to be retail, and you say a tap room or a tasting room again?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe explain the difference between, what is a tasting room? Do people sit there and have drinks with their friends? How does that all work?
So yeah, a tasting room it's not something that's used in the common lingo. It's more of something that the town uses. The common lingo is more like a tap room. However, a tap room, my current and my Eisenhower proposed operation, if you called it a tap room, people would show up really disappointed, because a tap room is like Tyler's Tap Room. Have you been there? They've got 40 things on tap. That's a tap room. So with both locations, and Eisenhower included, is Monday through Friday, and actually Saturday and Sunday until 5-ish, we're homebrew supplies. That's what it is. Early morning, it's just gonna be brewery. It will not be available to the public. It's just gonna be me brewing. And then in the evenings, for a few hours, it's gonna be a tap room. So it's just gonna be 4, maybe 8 things on tap. People coming out and tasting it. It's not our main line of business, but it is something, it is a higher profit margin business. So that's why we would like to do it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it's just trying to decipher between that and a bar. For some people, they may not understand that people are not going to be hanging there drinking for hours on end. That's what I think is important to know.
Correct. It's as Matt said, it's a bar is freestanding. You go there to drink. This is one of those things where it's just you're doing other stuff. There's other activities, and there just happens to be some things on tap there.
But you just said that you're going to have football games, watch football games.
Possibly, yes.
Isn't that like a bar? I mean, I was going to say something without the neighbor coming by. Have you had any public meeting for the neighbors so they can hear what's going on?
I've knocked on doors and I've tried to meet them, but
Okay.
unsuccessfully with one, I guess.
With all due respect, I think that when I looked on the Google Maps and looked around, you are in the middle of homes. And I think that when in 2013, when that office was moved to a daytime office, I'm sure that they did not sense the change in what was going on in their neighborhood, but this definitely changes it. And so I have concerns about that location around all those residents, given that some of them have been there for a long time. And I'm inclined to either wait till we table it so we make sure that those residents are aware and have a voice, or not support it.
Yeah, I think it's more just kind of educating and letting them know what is really going on there. As she said, there is a bar already there, so to let them know what really happens in a place like this, to ease their fears and,
Well, it's in the middle of all around them is residential. All around, he's in the middle of all residential.
Well, I do see a few homes there, and that's why I think it's important to.
Yeah, to clarify the existing use, which is office, so you still have people coming in and commuting in and parking and going inside particularly, but would this have introduced more noise? Is there outside? I think we do need a little bit more clarification on how much more impact, if any, that this would have, and I think residents surrounding it need to be informed as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're not going to have any outside seating or anything like that. Everything's going to be contained in the box, inside the walls. And I do want to point out that there's not a bar on the same street. We're talking about the Italian restaurant, correct? That, again, is a
What
bar.
about the pub on the corner, down the street?
But that's up the road.
Well,
Right,
again,
that's- yeah,
Shaky
that's-
Rays?
That's different.
Well, and there's also, there's two restaurants there that also serve beer. Again, there is a big difference between a bar and a tap room, both in my mind, most people's minds, and according to the UDO. There is a big difference, and I don't know how to explain it, except that's how we've been operating. It's I think 5% of our total sales come from beer. It's not our main thing. We're expecting maybe 25% if we get this usage. I'm gonna be brewing full-time instead of just selling other people's beer, but it's never gonna be our main moneymaker.
Are you going to serve food at all?
We were hoping to have a food truck possibly
Food
parked
truck?
in the back, but I just recently found out you have to have permits for that, so.
Yeah, that's great. So I have what you're doing now in the current location makes total sense because you're not around residents. Here you are. So at minimum, I'd like to have postponed so we can make sure that the residents have a voice, or I'm ready to make a motion to not approve.
No, I'd like. you
I'd like
be
to
able
table it so
Yeah.
that we can get resident input.
Is there
and-
anything specifically you want to hear from them, or?
Well, I think it'd be, I'd like you just to be able to, like you explained here, to be able to sit, actually, I know you reached out to them and couldn't get a hold of them, but I think it's important to try again and just really explain what is going there.
Or just a Q&A session, listen to what questions and concerns they have, try to explain the operation, maybe alleviate those concerns or not. I can't predict how that would go, but, kind of make it a neighborhood meeting for, maybe not just necessarily the immediately adjacent houses, but within a certain radius, just because it is a change.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's going to be more impactful or the same or not, but if I have a question about that, I think the residents right around there would. And, if you can do that, get some input, come back and share that'd be terrific.
So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, you're talking about sort of in this context, you're in a quasi-judicial setting, and what you've heard is some testimony from a neighbor that is perhaps opposite of what you must find in order to grant this special exception use, that the use is not injurious to the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community. So it sounds like what you're wanting the applicant to do is to be able to provide evidence for you in order for you to make that finding of fact that he meets the criteria that the proposed use will not be injurious to the public health, safety, comfort, community moral standards, and convenience or general welfare of the community. And my only concern is in the next meeting, if the applicant were to come back and say, I talked to the neighbors and everything's okay, that's hearsay evidence that you would not be able to consider at the next evidence. So he would, in essence, need to provide you some factual data, either in the way of affidavits or sworn statements from neighbors that are in support, or live testimony in support of that will enable you to make this finding that it is not injurious to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. You've heard some conflicting testimony from one. I think that you could say that there's one neighbor, very nice lady there, that offered you some perhaps conflicting testimony about noise in bars and hours of operation that are concerning, and I think what you're asking the applicant to do is provide some actual factual data in the way of sworn testimony.
Correct. So we're asking the applicant to actually reach out to the residents in that area and get their feedback, and actually probably have them sign off that they're approving this, or comments that of this type of business there.
What we look for is something in the nature of a sworn affidavit
Okay.
from the neighbors, something that would be admissible in this court.
Right.
And it would be a notarized sworn affidavit statement or live testimony from the actual person.
Right. Mr. Reinhardt, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it. What would a lack of that be? Because if they don't want to provide that, is that the same as a no, or, what exactly would that mean?
I think it gives you the opportunity to reach out to residents and kind of explain the type of business that's coming in there. That's what we're looking for, is that, they're informed of, your hours of operations, what type of business is going in there. And, if you're, doing the right things, I'm sure that's not going to be an issue, but we're asking you, if you could just reach out to residents and with an affidavit that I think we could probably work on a document, Counselor Wright, to
But
provide.
I think what he was asking is if they.
If you come back with nothing, the burden of proof is on the applicant to prove
Right.
that the use is not injurious to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So whatever data you could provide the council in order to be able to, for them to make that finding is how you would have to meet your burden.
Yeah.
One recommendation is, when you were talking about, you were like, well, I kind of think hours, like, be solid. What exactly are you doing? Because I would like to know more as well. Be solid on the times, the people, the shipments you're getting in. A food truck is loud, like all of those things. I think clarity on that, so that I know that the neighbors are hearing exactly what's going on, would be great.
Okay, I can get you solid numbers on that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Reinhardt? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Anything more for Matt? No? No? Okay. We got a motion to, looks like, to table this. Someone want to tackle that?
Yeah, we kind of accept the
So-
findings, because we don't have them all.
Right, you're just
Just table.
Just table.
a motion to table.
Motion to table?
Second.
Motion made second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, thank you very much. Okay, agenda item.
Second.
Motion made second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 8, unfinished business, 8A, 19-CPA 01, Vision Holly Springs, yes? It's 9 o'clock. Are we okay right now? You don't want to take a break? Okay. We got a long night. Hang in there, okay? All right, so again, agenda item 8A, 19-CPA 01, Vision of Holly Springs, land use and character. That would be Melissa Sigmund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As you recall, at the September 17th meeting, Council discussed the draft land use plan and then had further discussion at your last meeting regarding the plan. At this point, we have brought back our project consultant, the team lead from the consulting team, Matt Newcaster, to provide you a short presentation this evening and to be available to answer questions in terms of the process that was gone through by the consulting team. So with that, we will have the opportunity for a motion to adopt a resolution to replace the original section of the plan with this draft plan this evening, should you choose to. And with that, I would like to welcome our consultant up here, get his presentation on the screen for you.
My back hurts from sitting that
Nice
long.
to
You can imagine. Okay, well, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me today, and thank you for a great process so far. As was mentioned, I wanted to give sort of a brief presentation that responded to some of the comments that have been collected over your past discussions of the plan. But I do want to be brief, respecting your agenda, but this is important. So any questions you have, please let me know. I'd love to clarify as much as I can for you. So. That being said, in terms of a quick agenda, I do want to just remind ourselves of the planning process we follow, just because that is the foundation of the plan and the involvement that we did. And then I want to shine different spotlights on the plan, really trying to respond to some of the questions and issues that have been raised for me to discuss this evening. And then also, we felt it was important for me to show you a couple built examples. You know, we've talked about
intent and vision in things, and I wanted to show you a couple places where it's happened, so that you could see that. And then again, I can be here as long as you want for questions. So I'll start with the planning process. Again, our intent was to not let this be a consultant plan, or for that matter, even the staff's plan. This was meant to be a community plan, and we tried very hard to build grassroots support from the bottom up and let that be the foundation for what we're bringing forward to you today. And we think we did a pretty good job when we start to put all the numbers together. And so we started out in early January, and we met with 13 different stakeholders. Many of you all were interviewed as part of that process, and that kind of got us going and got our feet underneath us. We did have the Citizen Advisory Committee, and they had 5 meetings, some with the consultants, some just with town staff. We had a town technical team, which were all the departments that were interested in this plan document, and we met with them 5 times as well. We had a project website, remember Revision HSNC. We had 4,700 views on that website throughout the process. We had 150 people come to this location at Town Hall to have a community ideas exchange with us, and we learned a tremendous amount of information there. The consultant and staff coordinated weekly on coordination calls that were canceled if we didn't need them, but we had 28 different calls that we had to make sure we were in good coordination of what was going on. We had a 5-day event that we called Planapalooza, which were 5 continuous days in the town, so we could work together collectively between the consultant and staff who worked at that. There were 450 hours spent during that time period, really trying to move the ball forward. After that, we had a draft plan recommendations workshop. We had it over at the community center, and we had 100 different people attend that. But then we let it live online on the project website after that. We collectively had, through the draft documents, 314 comments that were addressed as the plan kind of evolved through the process. We had 1 joint meeting with the Citizen Advisory Committee, the Planning Board, and Town Council. I believe at the end it was unanimous approval. Yeah, it was unanimous approval that the Planning Board made to move forward with the plan that you have now. And then I understand this being the 3rd of 3 discussions you all have been able to participate in as well. And so we've really tried to be transparent, be inclusive as much as we can with this process, and really let the community speak for itself. So that being said, I go back to kind of a graphic we've been using over and over, which is how this plan was developed. We took community input and their ideas about having more walkable environments, having activity centers, not having an east-west divide, greenways, parks, historic preservation. A real true downtown is the heart of a community. And all those things were swirling from community input. We combined that with data and analysis, whether it was market or economic. We did a build-out and likely impacts analysis. We looked at a high-level return on investment. We did a lot of data crunching. And then we brought experiences of the consulting team as well as your staff of where they've worked other places or seen things, and where all those combined was the middle where the plan was written, is where those things all came together. And so that was our approach. So again, with that foundation, I'd like to put a few spotlights on the plan, and what I'm trying to do is respond to some concerns that were conveyed to me to make sure that I addressed for this evening. The first was talking about mixed residential neighborhoods in the southern planning area, kind of who, what, where, when, and why that went on. Number 2 was talking about why almost all developable land in the planning area was designated for mixed residential neighborhood. I'll address that in the presentation. Number 3 was talking about the transition between residential neighborhoods and things that are depicted on the map, both between future development and future next to existing development. So I'll go over that as well. Number 4, talking about the availability of utilities and how that controls the timing of growth and the location of growth. I'll go over that. I'll speak to some concerns about the recommendations as a whole, and their detail and what it means for the document and how it nests within the entire town library. And then I'll also talk about the idea of moving away from density and numbers to evaluate development and moving more into design and intention and vision. So I'm going to go through those things in the presentation, If I don't do it to the level of detail needed, we can ask those questions again at the end as well. So the first thing is we have the future land use map. This is kind of the tip of the spear for this component of your comprehensive plan. It lays out development types, locations, patterns, and intensities, and really becomes the starting point for all the other elements you're going to be updating in the subsequent years. A couple things to note. We are way beyond town limits when we're looking at our map. This is the planning jurisdiction of Holly Springs, and so going all the way out to US 1 or all the way to Harnett County and all the way to the Fuquay-Varina planning line is intentional because that's the planning area that you're looking at. Also, we did a consideration of full build-out, meaning that everything had an intentional use regardless of when it was built, but having this plan and idea or vision for full build-out of the planning area, no matter how long it takes to do. So that was one of our intentions. And what you see here, just kind of speaking at the very highest level, is you see everything you have going on in the town limits now, where you have your shopping along 55, you have your downtown in blue and your North Main Street district and your neighborhoods and all of that. You see a very purposeful intention to have employment uses going west towards US 1. It meets many more boxes to check in terms of site selection criteria for economic development, and so we think that's the direction you go there. We have a residential push coming to the south and meeting what's going on with your neighbors, looking at that. And then we tried to really be formal about all the green space as an asset around Harris Lake and the fingers that come out from it, and extending into the entire community, sorry. Overall, though, it wasn't a tremendous amount of change at the highest level, and so you see basically we took about 4% of your land that was suburban neighborhoods, and we formally defined them as open space, mostly your floodplains, stream corridors, and things to create contiguous, comprehensive open space for the community. And you see at the bottom about 6% of more suburban style development was converted into walkable centers. Activity centers that create place. A lot of that would have to occur because of redevelopment. Now, within those categories, we did refocus or reemphasize certain things about neighborhoods and activity centers and that, but overall, the changes were not that dramatic compared to what you had before in terms of the highest levels I just described. Now, I did want to go into the southern plan area because that's an area of interest, I know, in terms of the information that was conveyed back to me. And so what you see on the slide right now are the two land uses that are assigned currently in your plan. And I'll start on the right because we're coming out of town limits. You have suburban residential. They are less intense suburban style detached homes, also some areas for rural. Talking about natural features, and you see a density of 1 to 2.5 units per acre. You can also see sort of south of Rouse Road and some other things, some of that already being built, so you can kind of see what the footprint of that is. On the left-hand side, you see as you continue to go south from town limits, what's called low-density residential. And in the definition, it was meant to be located near the periphery of the planning boundary and not expected to be developed for intensive urban or suburban uses in the previous plan. In the proposed plan that's in front of you, we renamed and created 2 new ways to describe neighborhoods. So we have residential neighborhoods and mixed residential neighborhoods. It comes down to the housing type is how you distinguish between the two. Starting on the left where you see the yellow is talking about single-family detached housing. So not different from what was in the previous plan, but we're talking about allowing varying lot sizes, and I'll show you some examples of that as we go through this evening, to provide some housing choices within the same neighborhood. And you also see that nearly half of that description is tied to open space. So there's a whole description about what open space is in those neighborhoods. And it's very intentional that open space be purposeful and of a size that serves the neighborhood. On the right-hand side, you see the description for what's called our mixed residential neighborhoods. By definitions, those would have 2 or more housing types in them. You see them defined as single-family detached, single-family attached, like a townhome, or a multi-dwelling unit, which might be an apartment or a condominium. I do want to point out what you see at the bottom, though, hopefully, which is talking about the placement of those things. And so it's always the intent in the description, in the writing, that the most intense thing be at the center of the site. And you see lots transitioning from smaller to larger size, and actually talks about being exclusively single family around the perimeter. So it is being intentional there of what is on the edge of a mixed residential neighborhood. Now, why did we do that? Why did we go from things that had words like rural and less intense in them to what we had here? Well, I guess first and foremost, notice there were no densities tied to those 2 descriptions. They may end up being the same densities in the end once you implement these design criteria we've talked about, but they may be more dense as well. So what we did was we looked at these different things going on why we would make a recommendation for that area. And the first thing we did was we looked at the long-range water capital improvements plan for the town. And if you notice where all those arrows are, those are 12 to 16-inch water lines that are in the current water infrastructure plan to be extended into that southern area. We then looked at the sewer service area, and we have the arrows again. You notice in red is the long-range planning area. So time uncertain, there's a statement on a map that the entire planning area could be served by sewer in the future. And so we acknowledge that with the residential intensities and descriptions that we had. You see the black dashed line is actually the 5 to 10 year planning horizon. So it captures about half of the southern planning area where it is now near what's called Buckhorn Creek, I think it is. And so that's the area that's kind of in the current town thinking about utility expansion. It's also very important to kind of look at what's going on in perspective. And in this specific location of your southern area, you are matching up against another jurisdiction's planning boundary as well. So we did look at the plans of all the different jurisdictions surrounding Holly Springs to see what was going on to try to get like versus like development. And so what you see here in yellow are basically single-family homes, and largely those are already built out, and so they were assigned yellow. You see in the light tan color that you have things that are 2 to 6 units per acre. So you're starting to get into some homes that are pretty close to each other and a little more dense and intense. However, you see that here as well in Fuquay Varina, they're talking about having a true, meaningful green signature to each neighborhood, carrying over what we're recommending in Holly Springs. They also have a mixed density residential that they call it. Here they did set a density of 4 to 8 units an acre, so you might be getting into townhomes and things. Again, though, every time they have smaller lots and maybe attached homes, they're really trying to make sure there's a green trade-off in their neighborhoods, similar to what we're recommending for you, again, like and like. They also have everywhere you see on pink the small commercial areas. These are neighborhood serving, and this kind of responds in what we had on our side of the line for Holly Springs to what we heard in the community about not a whole lot more strip commercial development. We don't need the big boxes. We have plenty of those where they are now. So these are neighborhood serving and meant to be, and I'll show you some examples of that. Now, when you get into Harnett County, you will see, though, that there is a pretty hard line where we would have residential neighborhoods, density undetermined, so it'd be maybe in design, we would work through that in zoning. However, they in Harnett County have called for a agriculture and rural residential district. The reason why we did not go with that here was if you look in their definition, the second line says located outside of existing and future sewer service areas and septic systems are being used for treatment. That was not the case as we read the map for Holly Springs, so that's why we did not go with that designation. You do see that they have a low-density residential as well as a rural center that sort of mimics the neighborhood activity centers that we have in Holly Springs. So again, trying to put the puzzle together to create a meaningful place for the people that live there. So another spotlight on the plan was talking about, well, how do you transition between these developments and these categories? And the shortest answer I can give you is it's design. It's all about design. And so these are just 4 examples of ways you could apply design to be able to create the right spatial relationship within a community or a single neighborhood. Alleys are a wonderful way to do that. They transition between uses because the backs are facing each other. Open space, you kind of hear me keep saying that over and over again. The open space creates the gaps and the spaces to transition between different housing types and choices. You see street design in the bottom left, things like pushing sidewalks further back, closer together, allow you to create that space and sort of that relief sometimes from density. And then what you see on the right-hand side, and this would be the extent that North Carolina statute allows it, right, is to look at architecture and building architecture. And you see in this example from a drawing by Opticos Design, all the buildings in gray are actually yellow, are multifamily. But they're done in a way that they have the same roof style, and a scale in a way that works with everything else. And so design is really what it comes down to when you're going through this. In terms of timing and magnitude of growth, as I mentioned, we did a full build-out map. However, as you've acknowledged in your comments back to me, you cannot build it all at one time because your infrastructure isn't there for it. And so as part of that, this is an important point to note that the town has elected to write its comprehensive plan over many years in elements. And so part of what happens is this full build-out land use map that we have then gets taken up for the transportation plan or the water wastewater plan or the parks and greenways plan and things, and they start to get into the real details of being able to serve it. There may be things that change in those elements because of what the new demand is in our map. However, it can also work the other way as well, is in that more detailed analysis, if they tell us they can't serve something, it is okay to change your map. It's not a frozen in time document. It's a living document, and we really took the playbook approach, meaning that it's okay for these things to change. It's the intent and the vision that stay. And so I would fully expect that through these years you're updating the other elements. You may need to tweak a color or something on the land use map to respond to that relationship between available services and the uses that they're serving. Also, in those plans, you may put in things like priority investment areas or target zones for infrastructure improvements that will help to phase your future land use map into something manageable you can afford to serve. And so even though we have colors painted edge to edge, really these next chapters that are coming up start to figure out for you the when and hows of you actually extend to the friendship side or something like that. You need to really figure that stuff out in those elements as well. So again, we did look at that with water and with sewer, and we do think even with transportation that there has to be that symbiotic relationship between the two. And just your decision was to do them in subsequent years, and so there needs to be a forward and backward communication that goes on with that. Then there were some concerns over the type and specificity of some of the plan recommendations. I can go into this more like in a question and answer period, but generally speaking, I think we need to think of this in the whole library of plans and ordinances that the town has. The comprehensive plan is being driven by the town strategic plan and implemented through the UDO. You see to the right, there's an array of all the different kinds of things that get thought about within that plan, in the comprehensive plan. The land use and character section is almost, I don't know how I want to say it, it's almost kind of brief by nature, in that brief being a 200-page document that was submitted to you, right? So we feel, especially after listening to some of the applications you had, we feel that it does provide some of the intent, the vision, the character that you were going for, that you could use this plan in order to set that tone. And then things like the UDO and other stuff are the implementing documents of that. And so I show you here this image that was used at the joint meeting, where on the left-hand side, this is kind of the scale of the comprehensive plan, which is getting relationships right and general intent and those kind of things. Remember when I showed you for each land use category in the plan, there's 2 pages that describe its intent. In the UDO, there were 16 pages that got into all of those details that went into that. And so that's kind of that relationship, is that when you're writing your UDO, you'll get into a lot of specifics, but you're not really having to think about what we're trying to achieve because that was already stated in your land use plan. And then just this whole thing about emphasis on design and character, I just tried to get 2 snapshots of 2 different places that generally had the same number of units in them. So if you have a plan and a UDO that just talks about density and things like that, you can get a neighborhood like this and they can say, we met the criteria, we met your numbers and checked your boxes. However, we think by doing things more like design, and you're talking about the relationships, and you see here on the right and left of the neighborhood green are single-family detached homes. On the north and south are actually attached townhomes. And so how do you use design and the spatial relationship of homes and things to create place, which is something we heard over and over from the community, was we wanted to create place, character, and identity. And so we think there are ways to do that. At the risk of, I don't want to sound too forward, but I will say that, and I don't want to speak about a tabled item you had, but once this land use and character plan is adopted and once your UDO is in place, nobody should ever come here telling you that they're using the same building they build all over North Carolina. Holly Springs is unique. This is a statement that you're unique, that you do not want what somebody else has. You want what Holly Springs wants, and that's the way this document was written. And so we do think it is fulfilling the intent that you're hoping for as you go through. All right, I wanted to make sure, though, that we weren't just pie in the sky, that I could show you some built examples of how this works. And so I have 3 of them for you. The first one is Baxter Village in Fort Mill, South Carolina. And what you see on your left-hand side is how they used alleys, greenways, and the relationship of neighborhoods in order to create and transition between densities and housing types. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you see an example of how you can have different lot sizes within the same block. So for example, in the middle, those are smaller lot sizes. The way that can happen is the alley that's in between in the back. That allows those garages to go to the back. It allows narrower homes and things, but they just integrate in with everything else. It's not meant to be a really eyesore. You don't need a gateway treatment announcing you're in a new section of the neighborhood or anything like that. It's all meant to be cohesive and interconnected. And again, it all starts with green space, and so starting to find those slivers of land where you can introduce just quick places that children can play or people can sit. You would have active green space as well, more formal places they have there, as well as a lot of natural areas you saw near the Catawba River and those kind of things. And so you mix all of those things into a green infrastructure plan as you go forward. And then once you get into the housing types, you see you can have single family attached, but you can build it this way, or you can build it this way where it might just look like a large home. And that's all through the design and character that you're going for. You can have a lot of dense single-family detached homes that front on a street, or you can have them front on a green where the street is behind. You can still have your homes where you have one home on one lot, sometimes smaller, sometimes larger, and you still have room for your big trophy homes if that's what you want to have as part of your site. All this stuff kind of intermixes, and again, when you have a new piece of property next to existing homes, you saw from the definition it was about having the single family around the edge. So we're trying to look at how you transition and having the most intense towards the center. The next one is from West Haven. It's in Franklin, Tennessee. And what you see here is a map where every color on that map is a different lot type. And you see how they integrate together and work together, and they start to use green space and other things to work. But I also use this one because if you notice in the bottom left corner, it's still okay to have cul-de-sacs. They just need to be in the right places and those kind of things. And so this is a way that you start to integrate all these different types of housing. And again, with green space, it's bringing the natural areas in. It's creating places to be a community. It's also having formal greens that start to step back between different uses. And it's even having those small pocket opportunities even between buildings in a single little development or complex. In terms of buildings, again, here in transitioning, This is where you might have a mixed residential neighborhood that's next to one of those activity centers we showed you. And so these are actually live-work units. That's what starts that transition, is actually having residential above the shops in those pink areas we had. Here you can see single-family attached. These are very expensive townhomes. But you can also have a totally different architecture in the same development if you wanted to, in order to meet context. You can have small homes on single-family lots again. You can have large homes still. You can even see in the back of this home, they have an accessory dwelling unit above the garage, which starts to meet some affordable housing goals and other things that are part of the plan and part of the regional's need. And yet, they still have big trophy homes. You can still have the big trophy home there. The last example I'll just show you quickly is from Habersham, which is in Beaufort, South Carolina, not Beaufort, Beaufort. And as part of that, you see here it's a large development. This might be one or more neighborhoods that you would build here. Up towards the top, you see some smaller homes. You see a very comprehensive and connected green infrastructure network that connects everybody in, and then the use of water and everything. So maybe not building your retention ponds with fences around them and things, but having them be natural amenities of the neighborhood. And so again, you have your small greens. You use nature to buffer between uses and intensities. You have formal areas to play. And maybe instead of looking over the wetlands of Beaufort, this is looking out towards Harris Lake or something of that nature. But you try to capture those picture moments. Again, radiating out where you have light brown around the pink activity centers, you would have live-work units. These are two examples. You still could have your townhomes. And what you start to notice, like in Habersham, is a small design detail is they had porches and stoops on every type of home they built. And so you see here a small stoop on the attached. They actually brought back the shotgun homes that you used to see way back when with a porch. Their larger homes start to have a porch. Some of these homes are almost $1 million right now in this neighborhood. So you can build this and still command very high rents and sales, but you can also have the other units that provide very affordable rents and sales. So try to go quick enough knowing you guys are really busy. But I can't answer any questions you have. I'm sure staff can as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone have questions? Pretty thorough. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation. It was very
Yeah,
informative.
Let's wrap up.
Examples were helpful, Matt. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Melissa? I see none. We got a motion here?
Motion to adopt Resolution 19-30, replacing Section 1 of the Vision Holly Springs Comprehensive Plan with the Land Use and Character Plan dated September 17, 2019, with staff recommended modifications to text and maps subject to final edits to layout and design of the document.
Second?
Motion made second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
I'm opposed, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry?
I'm opposed. You
Oh,
did
I'm
ask
sorry. I
for
did not
opposed.
hear you. Okay, so that's 4-1 for the record.
Councilman Barry, do you want
Yeah,
to
we
share?
kind of just went right to the motion without discussion, but that's okay. I think the consultant hit on all the points that I had last time. So I have answers to all my questions. I think my feeling is that seeing some of those examples makes it a lot more tangible to me, that in some areas I think the mixed residential component or designation in the southern area makes a lot of sense in concentrated areas, but a blanket of the light brown color that I talked about last time, I just don't think is compatible with the existing character that we have today. And I think we could have a more gradual approach to, as he said, we can change and expand or alter this plan at any given time. So over time, we could focus in on a certain area to get that character right around some of those small neighborhood commercial centers. And then as we see that type of development and character to meet what we're trying to do in the plan, then we could always revise the map to add more of that light brown if that's what we want to do. but leaving it wide open with the light brown, I just don't feel comfortable that, we want to start seeing all sorts of proposals in all those areas and all those parcels at any given time. I think we could have a much more focused approach to how we grow out in that area.
Makes sense.
Okay.
I apologize if I did the motion before you had a chance to talk. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I didn't know if we were going to talk about it while he was up there, if we were going to
Okay.
discuss prior to the motion, but I don't think my comments were going to change the outcome, so I'm okay.
Okay, we good for now? All right. Yeah, I was wondering if we could take a 5-minute recess. It's 9:30, it's 9:35, and we can be back at 9:40. Does that work? All right, thank you. Okay, we are back in session. And we will move to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 8B, 16-DP-17-8A02/19-WAV-01 Peterson Station, and that will be Mr. Sean Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Ryan with the Department of Planning and Zoning. Tonight, we are going to continue the consideration of the modified building elevations for Peterson Station. The requested action tonight is a motion on a resolution for the various waivers, as well as a motion on the major amendment to the development plan. Just to reorient you to the site, this is Sunset Lake Road right underneath my mouse, running generally east and west, and the site is highlighted in red at the corner of Stevenson and Sunset Lake Roads. This is the site plan, just to help visualize where all these buildings are located, but I will reiterate that the modifications before you tonight are just to the building elevations, not to the site itself. So I think the primary discussion for tonight is probably going to focus on these commercial mixed use with residential above that line Sunset Lake Road and Stevenson Road, and then the multifamily is in the back. So this was the image from the original approved elevations back in 2016. This was the proposal that was before you back in June, and this is the modified proposal that the applicant has submitted for your consideration. And I will let the applicant address all of the changes that they have made to present to you tonight. Just a reminder on the various waivers that were associated with this request. Primary facade material, modulations, and colors on multifamily, as well as roof treatment, facade modulation on the multifamily and commercial buildings. I will invite engineering up real quick. As Rachel is not back in the room. We can have her come up when she gets back. The applicant is also prepared to address some of the transportation-related items that came up with council questions. Just to reiterate the planning board discussion, it was back in May. There was some concern about the visual appearance of the building from the corner, which I think sparked the conversation with the town council and ended up leading the design team to go back to the drawing board and bring forth these changes to the board. With that, if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them. Otherwise, the applicant's team is here to go through with you the changes that they have made in response to your comments.
Anything for Sean? No? No? Okay, we'll
I
hear
will
from the
invite the
applicant, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the Holly Springs Town Council, I appreciate you all being patient as we get to this item on the agenda. It's certainly a busy time to be in the town of Holly Springs right now. So as Sean gave his presentation, this was the previously submitted elevations that were before you back in late June. This was what was originally submitted to town staff initially. This is what was another iteration that was done and presented to you all at the last town council meeting. And a lot of the concerns we heard from both the town council as well as planning board was the fact that it seemed to be a little top-heavy and a little bland on top. There certainly didn't seem to be a lot of community character along the top there. So what the applicant has done and what we have done is we have tried to bring some of that community character throughout the elevations. We've added more the red awnings to differentiate and add some more human scale and pops of color along the streetscape and be more inviting to both the vehicles as well as the pedestrians and bicyclists passing by. We've also increased the window sizes on the upper stories, and we've also increased the brick with trying to blend some of that character from the street and not make it look so, I believe we heard cruise liner-esque on the Mayflower, okay. Above that, we've also, a lot of, this, we heard, you all just went through a successful approval of your community character plan within your comprehensive plan, and this is what community character is at this gateway. We've tried to energize this intersection at Sunset Lake and Stevenson, where we had a second-story establishment where all the people and interaction was above, and what we've done is we've brought it to the intersection, to the epicenter of the development. And we've also, this is a placeholder, but we know and we intend to do the public gateway in the form of a public artwork there that's meant to bring a sense of uniqueness to town. This certainly isn't something that will be seen all over town. This is something that will be the Northeast Gateway, and we're wanting to do something unique and create a sense of place. And when everyone thinks of that place, they'll think, oh yeah, that's where that piece of artwork is. I know exactly what you're talking about. So we're excited about bringing those sorts of elements and continuing to do that through town, as you all have made that pretty clear recently with your community character updates that you've been doing with your comprehensive plan. So again, this is the before and the after. This is just the architectural elevations that show we did add more stone features and soldier coursework as well as awnings along the facades. This is the previously approved plan. There was a question that came up last time in regards to why did a lot of this design, what was the positives, and we talked about how we eliminated these perimeter surface garage buildings, as well as this is a very long and very tall retaining wall that went all the way down here, which we were able to eliminate. So this is the distance from the corner of that garage building to the lot in Sunset Point, and again from this building to the lot in Sunset Point, so at 89 feet and at 368 feet. And with the new plan, those have all been eliminated, and that wall has been eliminated, and those buildings have been eliminated. And this building changed to where we were able to get it even further away from the adjacent neighborhood. So now we're at 382 feet is the closest structure to Sunset Point. Road improvements. I'll go through these based on road, because I know that was an ongoing question. This was approved a long time ago. 3 years is a long time, and there's different people on the board, and want to make sure everyone has an opportunity, as well as the public here tonight. And I know a lot of folks listen and watch this online, so I want to make sure everyone has an understanding of this as well. This is Sunset Lake Road. Again, this is the corner of our project. We'll be constructing a dedicated left turn lane onto Stevenson. On the other side of Sunset Lake Road, we'll also be constructing a dedicated right turn lane that is not there today. And I should have started this discussion by saying we will be installing a traffic signal at that intersection prior to the first certificate of occupancy for any building in this project. Again, this is all access points along Sunset Lake Road. Also will have a dedicated left turn lane into our site. On Stevenson Road, again, this is a point of reference, and forgive me, I know I'm turning north and south around, but this is the intersection of Sunset Lake and Stevenson, and we're, again, providing a dedicated left turn at the traffic signal and also a left turn into Stevenson Road as well. There was a discussion at the town council meeting about the median after there were some adjacent parcels on the other side of Sunset Lake Road and Turner Drive. So we are paying a fee in lieu for the construction of the median, but the median will not be constructed. This will be a striped intersection. The median will not be going in. But we are paying for it so that if and when it's the other side develops, the town can use those funds to construct the median at that time. And also, as part of this road improvements, we will also be constructing off-site sidewalk from our property all the way to Sunset Point, so that folks will be able to walk to our development and enjoy all the commercial and restaurants and other eateries and local establishments. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to other members of the development team to talk about the thoughts and vision behind the new design that you see here tonight. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Wayne Davis with Tyjo Group, owner's representation for Peterson. A lot of thought and effort and went into this design. We obviously have been through several iterations. I'm extremely curious to hear your comments and opinions of it. So be kind, I guess, but very anxious to get your input onto it. But we're very proud of it. We think that it does move away. I think the comments last time were institutional and too residential. So especially on the front, we wanted to delineate, and the red canopies, I think, help draw your eye to the retail. And as people drive by, they're going to see that commercial before they see the residential on top. Of course, the first level's mostly retail, restaurants. We haven't yet decided exactly what the mix will be there yet, but we do have around 40,000 square feet of retail space that we'll be subdividing depending upon what uses, what tenants want for those improvements. But we do expect at least 2 restaurants, and we're hoping for other service-oriented small businesses to be interested in coming in there. And we also put a lot of the placeholder for the monument, the Welcome to Holly Springs sign there in the front. This is simply concept number 1, and we're hoping if we can and have the time to do a call to art, use local artists to come up with some better concepts that we would include with a sign package for the entire, all the retail places. But this is just our commitment that we will have something in that spot. This was simply our first draft idea, and we're open to suggestions and guidance from the city on what you would like to see there, as well as hoping to open it up to artists and maybe present some concepts to you at a future date and nail that down as far as what you'd like to see there. But we would like something special, something memorable, something I liked earlier. Matt was talking about a sense of place, and I think that helps achieve that. So that's what went into it. I'm interested in feedback if it's time for that.
Okay.
Oh, movie, excuse me, yes. How do I start that? We invested in a little 2-minute,
Which the staff has so graciously,
there we go, that's it.
is that it?
Yep,
Okay.
there we go. Bear with us, thank you. By the way, Rendering House is a Holly Springs business, and I think they did a great job on that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions?
We lost our screens.
Sorry?
Lost
Lost your screens.
Yeah, screens are.
And went dead.
There we go.
I'll ask
There
a
you go.
question. On Sunset Lake Road, I see there's between the sidewalks and the grass that's there, what's the width there that you anticipate?
I don't have the exact, I know we widened it as part of the redesign to give more of a wide, I don't have the exact measurements, but it's,
Because the street's pretty busy. I don't want the sidewalk right on top of that road there, so.
It's not, no,
Based on the
it's-
rendition that you showed me, it's pretty significant.
it is significant, and I think we put trees and planters, again, to offer separation, to buffer, I guess, the distance. But what we're going for is a plaza feel, where we could have possibly outdoor dining, the retail, we're just a very walkable, very inviting, very easy area to walk through. If you remember from the previous presentation too, the retail sections are what we call double loaded. On the Sunset Lake and Stevenson Road sides, there is no parking. You have to park on the other side. So many of the retail spaces will be able to access both from the front, the Stevenson and Sunset Lake side, as well as from the parking area in the back. They'll have access to those retail areas as well.
I also saw bikes in there. Are you creating a bike lane there as well?
I don't think we have a designated bike lane, but the road is wide enough, we probably could, but I don't think there's a designated bike lane. We do have sidewalks that run all the way, as she said earlier, all the way to Sunset Point, the neighborhood next to it. And I know that was one of the things that when we did talk to neighbors, they really liked the idea. And by the way, the stoplight was the #1 hit with the neighbors. Everybody agrees that that stoplight is very much needed for that intersection. But they also like the sidewalks and the walkability, particularly obviously the people that live in Sunset Point.
Okay.
For that central gateway area with the entrance arch, is that apartments or commercial on top?
It's apartments on top, the 3 levels on top. The archway itself on both sides, there's going to be typically restaurants, I think is what we have designated, based upon the mechanicals that we've designed for those areas. So it'll be a restaurant on the left and a restaurant on the right of the archway, with glass, storefronts through that.
Is there any concern, given the oversized windows there and that it's, I don't know how many apartments, but
There you go.
that there could be kind of a hodgepodgey, you don't know what's going to be in the windows?
Because of the mechanicals in those areas, we expect it to be restaurants. There'll probably be dining tables on the other side of those windows.
On the upper floors?
On the upper floors?
No, not on the upper floors, no.
Yeah.
Those are residences, I apologize. I misunderstood your question.
Yeah, that's what, given the focal point of that facade there, is there a concern for just what's being displayed in those windows, different colored curtains, a plaid curtain, or just something that would kind of take away from a bit of the uniformity and consistency?
No, just
there?
off the cuff, I can think of, tinting those windows to offer some privacy and some consistency. You're right, I've had some personal experience with HOAs that are very picky about what kind of curtains are seen from the outside. We haven't thought of that concern, but it's something we can address in both the window design, tinting them as an example, to offer some reflective.
Yeah, because it's not just the gateway to Peterson Station, but it's the gateway to Holly Springs.
Correct, yes. Yeah, we can try and address that. You can see in the upper windows, obviously there's curtains there. One of the things we could do, and I'm not going to speak for Mr. Peterson, is provide window coverings for those units just to give some consistency. But that's something I think we might consider. Blinds are being provided in all the apartments, so that is one consistency throughout the entire complex. We show curtains in these pictures here, so we might have to live up to that.
I do want to compliment you on listening to us and trying to work with us. I think that's one of the things that we appreciate in a developer and looking for a partner. I think that you've made some great additions to this project. I did want to say you wanted some honest feedback. I'm comparing this to the original building, and I think one of the things that I was making a point last time that I still kind of feel true now is when you read the description, it talked about being part of the neighborhood and being welcoming. I still see this kind of it's a building about the folks that are going to live there. It feels kind of still fortress-like, where the other one felt like, come on in, there's tables above and it's more open, and I think it's lost that. So in some ways, I prefer the gateway of the original design because it seemed more open and more welcoming to the rest of the neighborhood than this does. So that's the rest. I'm glad you've changed some of the retaining walls and changed that, but that is still an area. I think it's not as nice for, if you look about the neighborhood and welcoming as the original design.
Yeah, I was sorry to see the terrace go as well. We had terraces on both the pool house and in this center, but when it came down to putting, ADA it really did become an enormous problem to have upstairs dining like that, and to have a public area in an upstairs area. So it became very, very difficult from an engineering and from a compliance standpoint from those angles. But what we've tried to do is we widened the sidewalks, we widened the archway going through so you can walk through from the parking area to the front area, trying to make sure that was easily accessible and bring people both through to and in both the retail and the apartment areas.
Right.
I did talk to some of the neighbors, particularly the ones across the street from this, and they were all very excited about this. Not a single negative comment.
Well, that's just my perception, is that before there wasn't a secondary, it felt more open and more inviting, so.
That's why I think it was kind of sold to us as on the community aspect of it, and I feel like I don't see that even from the front or even when we looked inside. It just feels a lot more, like you said, like a fortress now than it did before.
It's softened
Yeah, right, oh,
It's
definitely.
softened, but it's still
Definitely.
not the original.
And I think, I just think that entrance is kind of underwhelming, like, there's just nothing saying, you know.
So what were the reasons why you had to switch it? What were the reasons why?
Where we lost the upstairs terrace,
Mhm.
between ADA requirements, I think originally we had escalators out there. I mean, those are just very difficult things from an engineering standpoint, from a compliance with ADA standards to comply with. It's just very difficult, and that's the reason you don't see it anywhere else, is it's just very, very hard.
So why not leave that front entrance not an apartment, like apartments above, like have it more open so that it's almost like you filled that space, you filled what would have been, you know, an open area that you could have looked in. This does feel more that you've cut off the neighborhood.
I can see how you'd see that. I wish we had thought of that, I guess, before we redesigned it, but I hope that you'll still approve it.
Well,
Those were my
if I could-
comments
if I could
last
speak-
time.
If I can speak to one thing on this, I think you're looking at the whole view from 60 yards away, but you're going to be coming down the street, and when you're coming down the street, you're going to see that opening. That's what I would hope anyway, that you're going to see that, because that opening has expanded, and you don't see any of that signage out there for any of the retail businesses, because that's not in there yet. So it still looks, to me, a little bit bland, because you don't see the retail in there. But I don't know that you're going to notice that monument so much up there as you're going to notice what's on the street and the artwork and what you have right there in the front of it. That's what I'm hoping anyway. I do understand what you're saying, though. I do.
I prefer the original design. I think for that community welcome, because that's part of I was here when you presented. I wasn't on council. But it was like, we're welcoming the committee, we're going to be part of it, and it felt like we're going to have concerts and anybody can come. I mean, you know, like, all of that seems gone, that it's now just about residents that live there with some restaurants and stores that if you happen to walk by. It changed the vibe.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We still have the room for the concerts and the outside area there. I believe there's still room for that. But we did put the connectivity to Sunset Point, which wasn't a true requirement. It was something we said we would try to do. So we did put the sidewalks going all the way to Sunset Point. We were able to do that because the two lots that were adjoining the property, that's not part of the property, I purchased to do that. So we did do that as well.
Right, some of those are great. I mean, I applaud you for that.
I understand.
Those are my comments.
Laura, you had mentioned about the median there, that you guys weren't going to do that.
Excuse me?
The median on Sunset Lake. I guess when we met a couple years ago, when we originally started this, some of the challenges that the residents were concerned about was emergency vehicles getting down that one street there. So what you're saying is there's not going to be a median there?
The median, what we agreed in the last council meeting was that we would pay the fee in lieu of putting in the median. The residents said they'd rather not see the median go in yet. We were going to put it in. The council said would rather not see it in yet, so we did not put it in. We paid the fee
Okay.
in lieu of until they're ready to put it in.
Yep. Because of that one street there where, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll try to answer this more in detail. So, as what's customary in Holly Springs, it's generally the developer is responsible for your half of the road section. This results, generally speaking, unless the stars are completely aligned and developments occur at the same time across the street from one another, usually is what you see is half a median constructed, and the other side is kind of left holding the bag as to trying to get out of their neighborhood or driveway safely. So the town council at that meeting listened to the adjacent residences along Sunset Lake Road and elsewhere about those concerns when they were still there, how that would affect their in and outs of daily life. So engineering staff worked with us as a result of that condition that was placed on our plan, and worked with us to revise the plans to allow us to do the same road improvements, but just show striping there and not construct a concrete or valley curb median, and but not get out of the requirement in any way, but pay for a fee in lieu. So at such time as either the town comes through and develop and chooses to construct our DOT Sunset Lake Road, or if the other side of Sunset Lake Road, as that develops, that can be done all at one time, so it's consistent and harmonious along Sunset Lake Road, but certainly did not want to get out of any road improvements that we would be required to do.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I didn't see in your in your rendering the garages in building 2, but I think the elevations in our packet still had like garages. Was that still part of your plan?
Yeah, on the buildings along the backside where the slope, we took advantage of the slope.
Okay.
That's how we got rid of the exterior, the detached garages. By using the slope of the land, we put the garages up under the buildings.
Okay. Thanks.
Will there be any issue with the parking lots there that face Sunset Point with lights? Will there be enough vegetation or berms or something where cars in the parking lot, which are facing those residences, won't be shining their lights into their backyards?
We are required to do parking lot screening. That has to be an evergreen. So we've done holly bushes that we have to maintain at, I believe it's 24 to 36 inches in height, foreverly maintained so that they block those headlights and reduce glare. But yes, we are complying with that requirement.
Where's the parking for all of the folks going to the restaurants and the stores? Where are they parking?
Which way would that be? On this drawing, this building here, for instance, has the retail on the first level, and this area here is the parking for that retail.
So
We haven't decided if we're going to designate parking for retail. That is one of the things that we're going to see how things go. Obviously, we want residents to be able to park where they would like, but if residents start parking in the retail spaces, we may end up marking that as customer space. But that is an undecided thing at this point. We want to see how things flow naturally before we start designating which spaces are residents and which spaces are for retail. That's to believe where we left it. But there is plenty of parking. We're just trying to make sure, because at one point we talked about segregating the parking and putting gates and things like that. It just got very difficult, and we felt like it might just work on its own. And so we're going to see how things go before we start assigning parking or putting in customer only or retail only or that type of thing.
So if we want to go to a store near number 2, we have to go all the way down and around.
You can either go up Stevenson Road and turn right if you're coming from Sunset Lake, or if you're heading down Sunset Lake Road, turn left into that, or there's 2 entrances actually off of Sunset Lake Road, and either one of those will get you into the parking areas.
And there's commercial on both sides of that building, front and back?
Yeah, we've got commercial all the way down on Sunset Lake Road on both buildings.
On both sides of the road and on both sides of the building? So will there be
Correct.
cars facing commercial? Is it the same commercial that's on the parking side as you will be on the other side?
Yes, double loaded.
So they go right through?
It goes all the way
Oh, it
through.
goes
So
right
it'll be up to the tenant, but they could, if they wished, have an entrance on the parking lot side and another entrance on the street side. And there's several, the one I was in recently is on Lake Boone Trail, if you're familiar with where I guess Buffalo Wild Wings is, but there's a series of restaurants there and they have entrances on both sides. The Lake Boone Trail side is similar to ours in that it's a plaza with outdoor seating and lots of trees, and even though you're right near the street, I sat out there 2 weeks ago and it was very pleasant. And you could go inside and eat in the restaurant, and the restaurant also had an entrance on the other side of the building into the parking area, which is very similar to our plan here.
So on Stevenson's Road, in the back entrance there, you can make a right and left, correct?
The back entrance onto Stevenson, that's correct. And that was one of the concerns of the neighbors directly across the street from Building 2. If we put a median in, they want to be able to turn left, and frankly, they're looking forward to being able to turn left with a light. There's not a whole lot of residents there, but there is a road that comes in there.
Yep.
And if we put a median in, they will only be able to turn right. They will not be able to turn left. And that'll create other issues down the road because they're going to have to do a U-turn if they want to go up Stevenson Road or they want to go the other way on Sunset Lake. So those are some things that'll have to be considered. But again, with that, by delaying that median, the fee in lieu that we're doing, I think it gives that opportunity for whatever development might happen in the future over there to be more congruent.
Okay. What else? Anyone? Any more questions? Okay. You don't have any questions? Thank you very much. Any more questions for Sean? No?
I wish there would be a combo of the front entrance of the old one and the improvements they've made in the back. I think that's, the front entrance, for the reasons I said before, I think it just carves it away from the rest of the neighborhood, and that was not what I had remembered, the intent of the vibe of what they sold this project. So I'm really having a hard time with the front.
Okay.
I'm torn on this one a little bit. I think we asked for some enhancements for the commercial aspect, which they've done to an extent. But as you drive down the road, I think you still have that emphasis on residential in the Northeast Gateway plan. Well, I guess it's the old one now, but if we're still working off that for this, it calls for an emphasis on commercial, and I'm just not feeling that all the way. When you drive down, you're going to see big apartments, and it's going to be less inviting to the community to want to go in there. And if it's going to be the focal point of what we're calling the Northeast Gateway, I would just want it to be more welcoming to those on the outside and not just the people that are there. I think internally it's a very nice complex, but how can we maximize that for the community as a whole, considering we have that connectivity to Sunset Point? It's going to draw people that want to use those commercial spaces. But the enhancements to the plan are, in my opinion, much better than what we saw last time. I think there's, a better draw in showing where the commercial is. I'm in the middle on if it's open and inviting enough to the outside and not just making it really nice for those folks that are going to reside there.
It looks like a very, a gorgeous apartment complex, and that's not quite how it was presented to us before. So I'm in agreement.
Well, I like the first one, and I stated that before, but I guess due to engineering, you guys could not do that, correct?
Well,
So
they didn't
I
have
guess if you love the first one, they can't do it. They physically can't do it.
Right, but it doesn't mean that they have to build all the way up and put apartments
Understand.
above.
Understand.
And change that entranceway. I mean, take the escalators out, but you figure something out. I mean, that's what was sold. That plan was sold.
Correct.
And that wasn't that long ago. So,
Mm-hmm. Anything?
Yeah, no, I have mixed feelings as well. It's definitely better than what was previously submitted. I appreciate the softening and the color schemes, the added brick. The transportation and road improvements are helpful with the light and the additional turn lanes and the connectivity to nearby neighborhoods. It's the commercial, unfortunately, the renderings did not really emphasize the commercial, so it's a little bit hard to visualize that when the signs come up and each store becomes a little bit unique. Unfortunately, the way it looks, it does seem like a foundation for the apartments and not its own entity. For me, that's a little bit hard to visualize. Giving the benefit of the doubt that commercial will pop a bit more, much like it did downtown when kind of the signs and the personality comes. As far as the tallness, the height of the building at the corner there, I'm a little bit mixed. If we can't have a bit of that patio and something exciting and active up there, I'm not sure what that would be, as opposed to an opening that just sort of shows an interior apartment building and parking lots. So I have I mean, the current one, it's better than before. It doesn't snap my head, but I don't know what would, because opening that up is not, from what I understand, cannot be a active area. So what would it be besides just a window into other apartments?
Well, I mean, I wish it would open up too, but now that I'm looking at the original drawing, if we opened it up, you could see, you saw green open space and things
You'd
like.
have to be at a certain height.
Well, even
Coming
if you
from
look.
below, you would not.
But looking through, you could see it, but even now, I think isn't there a building there now? Behind it, so, in the newest, behind it. Like that, okay, so that's the original. And see how it's lower, you can see through the walkway there, you can see above this green, but now I don't.
And
It's like different.
it probably doesn't help in the visualization that the angle that you're seeing, it's a little bit different, where this
Okay.
one is kind of taken from somebody maybe standing on the second or third floor across the
Right.
street, whereas this image is someone that's at street level, so.
But you definitely see what we're talking about, the
It'd be more open, you'd see more sky, I mean, it's just not, this still says, oh, I can, this is like, is it Waverly Place, I can walk through, and the other one is like, that's an apartment building
Yeah.
with maybe some restaurants, it's a very different vibe.
You'd have dinner, then go out there, throw a Frisbee or do something, it just seems more inviting, and now I think it just,
Yeah.
with the tallness and the lack of that green in the middle, and I'm not certain whether or not that's still there in the current rendition, if that's still like an open courtyard, or if that's now the amenity center. I couldn't quite gather that.
There's a building that comes
Yeah,
right there
okay.
now, so.
Right, so I think some of that feel from the first one has diminished, even as much as I like the
Aesthetic.
the aesthetics of what's proposed.
Yep.
And that's that commercial sort of emphasis I'm pulling from the Northeast Gateway plan is, if I walk down from Sunset Point, I have dinner, then, go out and have my kids run around to burn off all the energy from dinner, then walk back home. Now it's kind of like not there unless I'm walking across to my apartment.
All right. So it sounds like you'd like to ask the developer to go back and maybe try again? Is that the consensus here?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that's what I feel.
I'm not comfortable approving this.
Yeah, I really like option one, but if you're saying engineering, you can't do that. I mean, that's what we were.
So, no glass elevator, but what if you didn't build the apartments above that entranceway and made it more open, so that when you see it, you actually saw sky, and you could, like, more open. So maybe change, so it's just not such a fortress in the front. Because that's my, what I see is that it's not really opening up to the neighborhood.
Our feeling on this, just speak up for a moment, when you had the last presentation earlier in the evening when they were showing the garden style apartments that they said they were building all over North Carolina, very nice, very easy. It's a form that they're built. Same thing all over. And you said that you wanted Holly Springs to be a little bit different, even though this is not exactly what we presented the first time. The corners was the main difference. But the idea originally was for suburban to be urban look. So it's not like what you're going to see anywhere else in Holly Springs. It does have more of a Cameron Village kind of vibe to it. It does do have that big entrance right there at front, but if you eliminate that and just have nothing there over it, I don't know that it would give you what you want, except kind of saying, why they stop? What do they do here? I like the way it goes down the length of the Sunset Lake. And I think what you're not seeing right now is that the view on that video is from 60 or 100 feet away. That's not the view you're going to be getting going down the road. You're going to be getting coming up Stevenson Road and going down Sunset Lake Road. You're going to be looking vertically, you're not going to be looking up in the air. And I think these are your retail spaces. I think that's really, that's what we're trying to do anyway, is put in all that retail. 2,000 feet, which actually is a significant amount for mixed use. It's a lot, but everyone's company, that's a whole lot of retail put in that space. So I do think it looks different. I think it's a matter of opinion whether you like it better the way it looks now or whether you like it better, the way it was. I know that it can't be built the way we originally presented. I wish it could, because it would have been done a year ago. So that's kind of the way we presented tonight. I kind of get what you're saying. I mean, I do, but I don't have to fix that exactly. I mean, if you're saying eliminate those 2 levels of apartments right there in the corner, I don't think that's going to look good in your life. I don't think it's going to. Maybe it'll look good on a picture, but it won't look good driving.
Okay.
But that's just my.
All right.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I could maybe just for a process suggestion, just for recording purposes, if you do have questions of
Yeah.
the petitioner or his representative, that they come up to
Yep.
the podium.
Yep. I guess I would ask the developer, are there any other options you've considered? Are there anything else that you could possibly, and you see where we're coming from. We're pretty consistent across the board here on what we're trying to do for the Northeast Gateway there. I mean, this is the second time around. And we just want to make sure we got it right. Are there any other options? And if you...
They would need to come up, yeah.
Yeah.
Would they consider any other?
Would you? Yeah, I'm going to ask them that.
So the other options we considered to give that opening and to allow that site through ended up looking less like 2 separate buildings on a corner with a gap between them. If we put a single level roof, the retail still ended on one building and began on the other building, so you end up with a hallway under a canopy between 2 buildings. It still was between 2 buildings. This makes it, in my opinion, look more impressive. I don't know if it's subjectively what you're looking for from the vista view, but honestly, the only people that are going to have that vista view are stopped at the stoplight waiting to turn left. That's it. Anybody coming down Stevenson Road turning left is not going to see that. Anybody coming up Sunset Lake turning right onto Stevenson is not going to see that. Anybody driving down Sunset Lake Road not turning left is going to see it for 3 seconds. And they're not going to be able to see through and see the grassy area. I think the best example was having dinner with your children and wanting to run the energy off. I can definitely relate to that. That still exists. The grassy area is still there, and we're going to have plenty of play spaces. We haven't designated a playground, but I think that's something we could easily add, especially if it would be attractive to the residents and add to the place that we're trying to achieve. You know, and to Jeff's point earlier, I do think that this is not anything you'll see anywhere else, not just in North Carolina, Wake County, but anywhere. You know, it's a unique property and a unique building, and we're very, very proud of it. It's a little hard to have the criticism, frankly. It's something we put so much effort into.
And I'm sorry for that. I think if this was positioned as a residential building with some commercial, because that's what it feels like now, where the original design felt like there's commercial here that the neighbor could be part of with residential attached to it. You've changed, you've flipped kind of the intent of visually looking at it. So if there's a way to have it more.
That was not our intent when we did it, I can tell you that. When we flipped, from the first time to this time, that was not our intent.
Okay.
We thought we were in the spirit of what you're wanting anyway.
Okay.
That was our intent. Now, if we went back, we'd be doing a total revision on that corner. We'd have to just have to go back and draw it back out and find somebody else to do it.
Right. It's that corner. It's that corner.
Okay. Any other questions for them? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. I guess we can look to several options. We can vote on this tonight, yea or nay, or table it. I don't know what your consensus are, but have that maybe go back and give it a third time? Yes? No?
I mean, I'm not in favor of this like this. I'd rather maybe take another look.
Third time?
Yeah.
Christine?
Yes, I'm not. I can't tell. I can't see this as being part of that neighborhood and making the rest of the neighborhood feel like it's part of, that they're welcomed.
Sounds like the consensus is to table this, correct? Pete? Okay. We'll need a motion to table this resolution.
Motion to table Resolution 19-31.
Motion made, I need a second, don't I?
Second.
Motion made in second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes to table. Hold on, we got a second motion there.
You can accept the fact
Yeah,
that's all we
okay.
can do.
All right, that's fine.
Before we move on to the next agenda item, just so staff can be clear when discussing this with the applicant, is the council satisfied with the remaining portions of the building elevations, and is it just that corner that you would like us to continue working with the applicant on making changes, just so we can know how to focus our conversations with the applicant?
I would say yes.
For me, yeah.
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 The one thing I am wondering about is parking and making parking feel like it's available. And right now, because it looks so much, like, I don't know what they're going to come up with, but making it easier for, like, I want to go to that store, I know where to park. Right now, it feels like I have to go part of somebody else's neighborhood to park. So that's the only other part to look at.
And we can start talking to them about master sign plans, which will help with parking identification
Right,
and internal routing of cars. But no, thank you for the clarification. That helps us with our conversations with the applicant on what to focus on.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. Okay, we'll move to agenda item 8C, Suggs Farm Picnic Shelter, Leanne Plummer. Hello?
Already at 8:00?
Good evening,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Leanne Plummer, Parks and Recreation Department. We are here tonight to revisit the Sugg Farm Shelter and Restroom Project. I have some additional information I'd like to share with you relative to the pricing that we discussed at the September meeting, and we'll be requesting a motion to modify the scope of the project depending the discussion and the recommendations. So if you recall, in January of 2018, the project scope included a event shelter, 7,000 square feet, with a fireplace, a warming kitchen, and restroom facilities out at Sug Farm. We went to bid twice on this project for construction. The first time receiving no bids, the second time receiving bids in the amount of $1.9 million, $1.9 million, and $1.4 million. The original project budget was $800,000. That was approved by council again in January of 2018. Given the high bid, we went back to the low bid contractor to ask for some VE estimates, and he came back with a reduction for the simple shelter, the restrooms, and the parking at still $1.3 million for the project. And if we eliminated the shelter altogether and went with the construction for the restrooms and parking, it was still over $1 million from the unique construction standpoint. That was $500 a square foot for the construction of the restroom facility. So staff shared this project with the Parks Advisory Committee to get some feedback and information, and we've also looked at some additional construction materials to consider for the restroom project. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, there are 2 members here tonight to answer any questions or provide any details relative to the discussion. There was a recommendation from the committee to alter the project scope to just include the accessible restrooms, accessible parking, and add an additional feature from the Sug Farm master plan, and to remove the shelter at this time. There was a vote taken, 7 in favor of that recommendation and 2 opposed. And once again, if you do want to hear any discussion points, we have 2 members of the committee here tonight. Any
Anyone wanna
questions
hear
or
from them,
discussion
no?
at this point?
You want to hear?
All right, well, I can continue with the presentation. If you have additional questions, we can bring them up after.
Okay.
So one of the considerations is looking at an alternative construction type in lieu of the design build that was proposed. These prefabricated restrooms are just examples of what would be available, more in the $350,000 to $500,000 range. They're similar to the restroom facility at Womble Park in particular. Some other considerations we would be looking at would be obviously site work and accessible parking. We feel that's an important need we need to provide. One of the recommendations that came through was a dog park in order to meet one of the recommendations from the Sug Farm master plan. We believe we would be able to build that within the original project budget. And also we would seek the TLC collaboration and approval. So if the recommendation of the project scope change is approved tonight, we would move forward with Planning Department and Triangle Land Conservancy or TLC approval for site changes, finalize vendor selection for the prefabricated restrooms, site and utility connections, and accessible parking design. And then we would take the dog park operation model to a public input opportunity to kind of talk about what kind of elements or what might be involved in a dog park for that location. So if there are no further questions, or if you do have any questions, I'm happy to answer them or bring up any of the Parks Advisory Board members as well.
Would anyone like to hear from them, or?
I know there's
Sure.
there's someone here who's in favor and then someone representing the opposing, so if anybody wants to.
Well, they're here and they stuck it out till
Yeah.
20 of 11.
Why don't you-
so why don't
Bring
we
'em up.
why don't we get to them?
Come on, guy.
You guys, if you guys want to talk, now's the time. Otherwise, we'll keep moving.
Yep,
Okay.
come on, Len.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Elizabeth Stone. I'm the chair of the Parks and Rec Committee.
Len Lloyd on the Parks and Rec Committee as well.
I think that the slide pretty much sums up a lot of the discussion points. The big issue, which is reflected in our minutes, which isn't in the shelter, is there was a lot of discussion about ensuring that we have a new amenity in town that we don't have somewhere else. And so that's where a lot of the dog park discussion led to, that we wanted to see something at SUG that if we put in the restrooms, which I think everybody agrees that we need to get the restrooms there to open it, that having another amenity there will just draw more people to Sug Farm and to use what is just a wonderful town asset that to this point has just been used largely for events and rental type festival type situation. So that was where a lot of the discussion came in favor of moving forward with something other than a shelter or the wedding venue. I'll let Len speak to the opposition, as he was one of the no votes.
Normally, I would find myself on that side of the argument, but I just felt like I needed to give a voice to some people who felt like this was a very unique piece of land, very expansive, very open, and as such deserved a unique amenity such as the shelter in its original form. That was my reasoning for opposition, but normally I'm an economical kind of guy, so yeah, I would normally go that way. But it is a unique piece of property, and it does deserve something unique that is not seen, well, not anywhere, but in many places. And so, to be brief, that's why I was in opposition.
Thank you.
I had the pleasure of watching the board in action and going through a lot of dialogue. So they're very passionate and had great ideas, and I was just there to listen and not participate. I have a third opinion, and this is based off of hearing folks on the other side of the bypass saying there's nothing on that side of town. The only thing that I would put up for consideration is I think the bathrooms make sense, and the parking is to postpone the dog park, because if we were going to look for something, the next amenity for us to have, it would be nice if it was in another part of town, that it just adds one more thing downtown where they've had a lot. So that would be my other option, is to say, move forward with the bathrooms and the parking, but maybe wait on the dog park to see if we can start to build things unique on the other side of town.
I hear that, and I would elaborate it to the next point that we don't have a fully baked plan for what that's going to look like. We're going through this Parks and Rec bond money discussion now, and how we're going to utilize that $8 million that we have. As part of that, we did a survey, right? We went out to the public, we did a survey, we got input on what the priorities are from the public. Parkland acquisition on the west side was one, and then number two was greenways. This doesn't fit either of those two things. So I'm a little conflicted, because we've all seen what's happening in the construction market with the costs, right? And if you look at the cost of this structure and you really break it down, we're still going to, if we go with the prefab, you'll save more money, but the majority of the cost for the original project was bathrooms and parking, around $1 million. You add a shelter in for another 300, or the one we wanted for 100 more than that at 1.4. So the cost for the nice bathrooms and the nicer things really, is not in the shelter. It's in the bathrooms and the parking and the warming kitchen and things like that, unless we scale it down and just go with the bathrooms. I think I'm of the mind that we're getting ready to spend a lot of money on Parks and Rec with this $8 million bond. And I kind of want to take a full picture view of how we're going to utilize all of that and bring this into that discussion. Even in that discussion a couple months ago, we had at a workshop, I think staff had floated the idea of a dog park, as one of those amenities in addition to greenways and parkland acquisition. I think we need to look at this holistically and not rush to make a decision on one element for one piece, knowing that we're going to go make some pretty significant investments. And this money is coming from Parks and Rec reserves, which was the secondary funding source to our bonds, right? We have $8 million in bonds, and we've got another $7 million in reserve funds. So we were talking somewhere between 8 and 11 in that workshop with the overall spend, depending on what we pull out of reserves. Knowing that this is where where this money's coming from, I think we need to look at it holistically and really nail down, if we're going to buy land on the west side of town. My opinion is just throwing a dog park over there isn't going to please the people that say there's no amenities. I don't think, I understand the sentiment, I just don't think that's the right solution. I think we need to make sure we're really understanding what that park land is going to be for, how we're going to use it. And at the same time, SUG has a master plan, so how can we get onto a path of doing some of those things to sort of develop it, and not, we're going to buy more land, not just keep buying land and then not developing it into parks. I think we need to have a pretty concise plan on how we're going to do that to move forward. So in summary, knowing that I think we have a little more time on these bids. We had 90 days, if I recall. It's been maybe 30.
Yeah, we opened the end of July, so we are getting close.
We're getting close. And are we coming back in November on the park stuff at the next workshop?
We do have it teed up for November or December, I can't remember, but it's one of those two, yes.
If that's within the bid period, maybe we can do that and come to a consensus. I would just hate to make a decision on that without really that full discussion and a deep dive on how we're spending all of that money. That's my take.
Well, I was part of the master plan back in 2013.
13, I believe.
Yep.
And the feedback from the residents was, parking, a dog park, bathrooms, as well as array of different types of things to do. So that being said, though, I actually agree with Councilman Berry. If we're going to be spending over almost $9 million, I think we should probably take a look at everything before we rush into it. But I will say, being on that committee, those were one of the top things, was the parking, bathrooms, and a dog park there. So I'm hoping with our workshop that we have, we can really sit down with the Parks and Rec Committee and really nail what we're going to need for these parks, and want to make a decision soon because it's been sitting there for quite some
we got to
time.
do the bathrooms. I mean, we can't open the place till we do the bathrooms. So whether we go with the cheap version or not.
But I'd like to, within that workshop, really define what we're going to do moving forward, spending this almost more than $9 million. So I probably would make a recommendation to table this for our workshop and then work with our Parks and Rec Committee in hand on identifying opportunities there. So
I might be the only one. I agree with the Parks and Rec Committee. I think the SUG master plan is 2013.
2013.
So there is no rush here. We've certainly not rushed to this point. And to get restrooms there and a simple shelter and something off the SUG master plan is all check marks for me on this. So I don't think I'll make the motion because it won't be supported, but I do agree with the Parks and Rec recommendation.
I guess the bathrooms are just, we have to get something out there, and if we're going to do it, I'd like to do it right the first time. Do we know where the bathrooms are are they going in a certain place no matter what?
Well, we have the limitations of the building envelope based on the TLC requirements, so they would be in a similar location than we've originally proposed. And just to kind of provide a little bit more context, so this original project scope, again, was the shelter and the restrooms outside of the bond money. So, we still have plans and we'll continue the discussions for the land acquisition and the greenway development, utilizing the bond money, hopefully some additional grant money, as well as tapping into the Parks and Recreation reserves, as that's what they're earmarked and specifically held and collected for. But this project budget at $800,000 was approved for that amount in 2018. What we are amending is the scope, and also we brought it back to stay within that budget because we don't want to tap any more of those resources because we do feel like those additional amenities, that additional investment does need to be a little bit more balanced and accessible to the entire town, particularly on the western side. So while I understand and continue to agree, we have a lot of work to do in terms of bringing more equity to the western side or the side west of 55. This project has been in the works for a while, separate from the bond discussion in any case. And again, that $800,000 was approved. We're bringing it back to try to stay within that budget so that we're not dipping in any further into those reserves.
what is the dollar amount for this project, roughly?
Our goal is to stay within that $800,000 budget. In particular, we've done some preliminary estimates that will be, we've spent approximately $50,000 to date on engineering and design, but based on what we've talked with folks, we've got some preliminary pricing from the prefab restroom folks that we'll be able to do the site improvements, the accessible parking, bring in that turnkey restroom and build a modest dog park within that $750,000 to $800,000 budget. Again, the $800,000 was the original, we're down to $750,000, and the goal would be to stay within that component.
Okay.
You're convincing me. Let me ask this. Do we think we'll ever have an intent to build that shelter?
I think we need a shelter, but we've talked about some other, if we don't go this way,
Well-
some other ways to achieve that by some other places we've seen that gave us ideas, so.
We may not necessarily have a shelter there, it might be at another park, but going back to what I said, this was part of the master plan. We need the bathrooms.
But I think we also need
Bless you.
some kind of, I'm thinking more of shade shelter, not like venue shelter, like more, you know what I mean? But that doesn't have to happen with this right now.
Can you go back to that picture of the bathrooms? In these pictures, there's 2 shelters, so is that implying that if we move forward with a prefabricated structure, that's included, or is it's
No,
just
it's
just
just
for
it's just for illustrative purposes of looking at the type of
Okay.
restroom options that you might have available. Something more simple, something a little bit more maybe suitable for the natural look at Sug Farm.
Okay, and I think, Mayor Pro Tem, I think that, on the left is maybe if your comment was that someone made a comment about the shelter, or, I think that's, simple gathering place, safety rather than elaborate.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
May not cost as much.
What do you think? Well, like I said, it's been 6 years, and my recommendation is to kind of move forward with this. I don't know what you all think.
With
I think
the
I know
dog
with
park?
Peter. Yeah, with all 3.
Yeah, we got to start somewhere.
Right.
Mhm.
I'm happy with the bathroom. I would table the dog park for now.
Well,
That's all right. You guys can go ahead.
Motion to reject all bids on the Sug Farm Shelter Restroom Project and to modify the project scope following the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee's recommendation to include a restroom facility utilizing an alternate construction type, accessible parking, and a dog park within the original project budget.
Second?
motion made second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
1 nay.
It's the dog park.
Motion passes
The bathrooms are good.
4-1.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for staying. Thank
so
you.
long.
Thank you,
Take us
guys.
with you.
Okay, moving along. Agenda item 9A, new business. 19-MAS-01, New Hill Road subdivision. That would be Matthew Beard for the 14th time. No, I'm kidding. It feels like 14 now.
Okay, so this item is in front of you as a preliminary plan request, so that would be the same as a major subdivision request. And the requested action would be a motion to approve, deny, or table the preliminary plan 19 MAS-01 for New Hill Road subdivision. This subdivision request is surrounded by other like subdivisions, so we have 12 Oaks, Addison Pond, and Trinity Creek subdivisions, all kind of stemming off of Holly Springs New Hill Road. This would be the westernmost of all of those. And it is for a 43-lot, single-family subdivision. So the site plan on the screen shows the location of the 43 lots, the large power line easement kind of cutting diagonally through the center of the site. The rezoning for this we carried through earlier this year as a conditional use rezoning with the conditions stipulating calculation of density, net the area within the power line easement. So they would have to be at 2 units per acre after removing this area from the project acreage, essentially. What they've done is they've proposed a density of 1.69 using that same kind of calculation. So they're within that. In addition, any of the other conditions on the rezoning were tied to architectural requirements. Basically, they volunteered to meet our development options, facade requirements, and to make some other conditions about, I think, front porches and depth of foundation or things like that. There were some questions earlier today or last night about tree preservation and location outside of or within the power line easement. So as part of the plan submittal, they were required to do a full site survey that showed the location of all of the trees that we would consider specimen trees, as well as any significant tree stands. So several large deciduous trees were located within the area that is shown as the power easement. We would not allow that to be counted, regardless of whether they're being preserved, as contributing tree preservation area, since it is within a Duke power easement and they reserve the right to come in and remove that tree. The 20% required tree preservation is calculated off of the entire project area, so including the area within that power line easement. And what they've provided is actually 21.2% of that area. So if you had approximately 30 acres, kind of as I'm tracing it, they're providing 21.2 of that 30 acres as dedicated tree preservation area where they will not remove any of the existing vegetation.
As a percent.
As a percentage.
Okay. I was like, what?
I was gonna say, wow.
So if Duke came in and cut down all the trees in their easement because they could, where would the percentage be after that? Because you said it's included.
The exact same, so it would still be 21.2.
Still be the same,
It's simply
okay.
calculated against as a percentage of the total project area. So this plan on the screen shows where the tree preservation areas are in the hatched area.
Okay.
And you'll see that that's the edge of the power line easement.
Okay.
And that's kind of the hard cutoff. We can have Rachel come and discuss engineering items if you would like. Or we can come
questions for
back
Rachel?
if there's a question.
Anyone? Nope, no questions.
Okay. And if we want to have our planning board representative come up and discuss the planning board recommendations. No, either Mike or Sean.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mike Andreas, Planning Board. What can I will have to apologize that I'm the newest member of the Planning Board, so I'm getting used to all of this. I have a sidekick here is fully capable, but I'll do my best.
So I guess the consensus was it's been approved. There was a concern from, I guess, one of the board members, Mr. Crandall, concern about the proximity of the power lines.
Yeah, we talked about that, and staff said that that's, within legal parameters, that really there wasn't anything about it that was not approvable. But we do have concerns about those high tension lines through urban areas. It's one thing if you pass through a high tension power line area, it can have some effect. But if you spend 16 hours of your day under the power lines, I think that's a different equation. But I don't think that's anything that we can really control. It just was a concern of ours.
Definitely. Yep. Okay. Anybody else have questions?
So
Nope.
tell me about the TIA. You guys talk about traffic.
We did talk about traffic. I think we're not required to have a TIA for that project, but we did talk about a traffic light at the corner. What was the discussion that was, maybe you can help me out on that? Just so I get up to the microphone. Yeah, sure. Roach protocol. The traffic discussion really was, basically when this came about, it was, okay, the developer for this would be charged a 6% fee effectively for the traffic light at New Hill Road as a percentage of. And when the traffic count was done, effectively the traffic count was probably less than it is today. So that discussion kind of stopped because it would actually be a lesser amount if we actually went back and looked at it today for a higher traffic count. So that's where the TIA kind of stopped that discussion with the New Hill Road piece. And then one additional thing that didn't make the slide that we did have significant discussion on, and I'm not sure why not, but there was a lot of discussion about the Cape Fear River Basin setbacks and that pond and who's responsible for that pond, because I know those ponds have been a concern with a lot of other developments in Holly Springs. Is who's responsible for that, and talking to the developer about that. So that was something we deliberated for quite a bit on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions for,
So 43 homes, there's no amenities, right? There's no playground, there's no clubhouse, it's just 43 homes.
Correct. And we do have the applicant here if you'd like to hear from them.
yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Come on up.
Hey, good evening,
Hey.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm John Frazier with FLM Engineering, the applicant and representing the developer. The developer has secured an agreement with 12 Oaks to use their amenity facilities for this project, so they'll have access to the 12 Oaks facilities for amenities for the subdivision.
Okay. So I guess they'll be part of the HOA there, is what you're saying?
This development will have its own HOA that will manage this particular property and the common spaces, so on and so forth, but they have an agreement that their residents may use the amenities there. That's correct.
Okay. Social membership?
Social membership, correct.
Yep.
So how would they get there? Do they have to drive to get there?
Yes.
Yep.
They'll have to, okay.
Any idea of the range of pricing of the homes that you're looking at?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not sure if that's a
No.
question that we can ask.
Okay, disregard. Okay, any other questions, concerns? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And any questions for Mr. Beard? Anybody? Pretty solid on this?
There's 43 homes, probably single-family, kids. There's no play area or swing or anything like that. They're going to have to get in a car to go to 12 Oaks. It seems like that's not the kind of character that we're trying to do in some of these areas. So that's a concern for me. Traffic is always a concern for me. And the power lines, seeing how close some of those houses are, which I know there's not much we can do, but I think it's something I would like us to talk about in the future. What could we do as a town to see that they're safe?
Okay.
Were any studies, do we have any studies done on that? Because I know we've talked about it before, on power lines and homes near them, since we do have quite a bit throughout the town, in the neighborhoods.
I'd be more concerned if we can implement stricter rules, if that would conflict with state and federal ones, that we would just not have that option or be challenged on that.
But towns have done it. I mean, if you go look, I'm not an expert, but I did spend some time looking, and other towns are being proactive about some of those things.
In North Carolina, though, that's what
I think it was more out west, but why not?
Well, because the federal government preempts our authority here. You can use your power to zone to, unzone. You have a zoning power. You don't have a power to create an additional buffer area for proximity to.
If it was a rezoning, could you restrict the location of lots to that power line? Or just, is it a blanket?
If it
you're
were a
not gonna rezone on
pretext
that?
to get around, you're right. It would depend on whether or not it was done just to, so you have the right to, and I'm sorry it's late, so my brain's not working, but you have the legal right to create laws unless some other entity has laws that preempt those laws, like the federal government and the requirements. That at least the Duke response is, we have a 100-foot easement, that's all we need, and you can't restrict growth beyond the 100-foot easement. So could you create a different zoning classification that dealt with properties that had utility lines that you determined you were concerned with? Possibly. It all goes to notice for a landowner. Your right to zone is really very much tied to notice and opportunity to be heard and the ability to do that. So you create a different zoning classification for two very similar properties, one with a power line and one without, and then you'd have different setbacks for those in those power lines. Probably be subject to court challenge, because I don't know what science you're basing it on, the distance, right? I mean, it's there's not a great body of evidence out there that says 5 feet is good, 10 feet, 2 feet is not good. Is off of that easement area.
I do recall last time we talked about this, I had made a point of how close some of these houses were, and if I look at the placement of those lots, some of those houses seem very close.
I think the petitioner might be able to answer some of that.
So as Matt mentioned, we excluded this area from our density calculation to begin with per the zoning condition. And we're still below our maximum density. None of the lots are within the easement, not even, oftentimes utility easements can be within lots, the structures themselves can't. We pulled the lots entirely out of the easement. There's no lots within the easement, and of the 43 lots, only 8 abut the easement. The lots to the north, the 6 of those 8, the closest any structure could be to the closest line would be at least 65 feet. It's a 180-foot easement. The 2 lots of the remaining 8 on the south would be at least 125 feet away from those lines. In addition, we contacted Duke. Duke stated that they take EMF into consideration for the easement that they provide. But as was mentioned, there's not a lot of evidence about EMF. The studies are inconclusive about health effects. There are some studies that say that you're more at risk of your meter or your cell phone charger than you are to a certain distance from a power line. So we feel comfortable with the 65 feet that we're providing based on the research that we've done and what we've seen. We've looked at what the EPA's guidance is and so on and so forth. But I'm happy to try to answer any other questions you may have.
I think in the real estate world, folks that look at power lines and think they're close, those are not as favorable as other homes. And I think that the studies I was looking at, it's like they were talking about 100 feet, so 65 feet sounds close. But I'm not an expert, but that's certainly a concern.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got a motion here. You guys prepared?
Any further
Any other
discussion?
questions?
Anyone?
No? Okay.
Motion to approve preliminary plan 19-MAS-01, New Hill Road subdivision with the conditions stated in the packet.
Second.
Motion made second, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
1 nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Alrighty, agenda item 9B, Village District speed limits. That would be Mary DePino, and thank you for staying so late.
So as the downtown village district continues to grow, we're going to continue to attract more traffic and pedestrians. And, there's some research that was done recently that, verifies that, lower speeds help protect pedestrians and bicyclists. Well illustrated in this slide. It shows that just reducing speeds by 10 miles an hour will reduce the incidence of fatalities in a pedestrian strike by, many percentage points. So what we're proposing is, right now, this is an existing conditions map where the purple represents 35 miles per hour and the gold represents 25 miles per hour. So along Avent Ferry Road from Highway 55 all the way to Arp Street, the road is 35 miles per hour right now. And Main Street from Highway 55 to just north of Rogers Drive is 35 miles per hour currently, and at which point it switches to 25 miles per hour from Rogers to Arp, and then changes back to 35 miles per hour from Arp Street to Holly Springs Road. And what we would like to do is change the speed limit, keep the 35 miles per hour from Highway 55 along both Avent Ferry and Main Street up to Oak Avenue, and then at that point, reduce the speed limit to 25 miles per hour on Avent Ferry Road to Earp Street and on Main Street to Holly Springs Road. And so, do you have any questions?
Anyone have any questions? It's pretty self-explanatory. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, and it's, you see people come flying in on Main Street heading towards downtown and all of a sudden having to jam on right in front of the block in Town Hall Commons because that's where it changes over. So I do like seeing it drop a little bit sooner than that, and 25 throughout that whole commercial and now pedestrian friendly area.
It's going to have big signage.
Yeah, somebody who
Literally.
almost really got hit last week when I came over, because people just don't see. It's like the speed limit, they don't really think about it until they're this far. That if we went a little bit farther for 25, that might actually help us, because it's dangerous to be a pedestrian downtown.
So signage will be critical to get that out there.
Yeah, so the next steps will be to do a signing plan, should this be
Yep.
approved, and then to implement.
Thank you. Any other questions? We can move forward.
I'll start. Number 1, revoke 35 mile per hour speed limit and enact 25 mile per hour speed limit along Avent Ferry Road from Highway 55 to Earp Street. And number 2, revoke 35 mile per hour speed limit and enact 25 mile per hour speed limit along Main Street from Oak Avenue to Rogers Street and from Earp Street to Holly Springs Road.
Second.
Motion made second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Agenda item 9C, Fiber Connection NCDOT Municipal Agreement. Ms. Kendra Parrish. Thank you.
Right, so tonight, we're going to be talking about the fiber connection to the existing signals in Holly Springs. The purpose is to outline the key features and capabilities of an intelligent transportation system. A lot of times you've probably heard of that as ITS, and ITS can mean a lot of things. So we're going to talk more about that. We're going to talk about the current town efforts and our potential strategic considerations for how we might evolve on this front in the future. The action that will be before you tonight is going to be the first phase of implementation. It's a DOT municipal agreement, and we also want to get guidance on future phases. So ITS provides a set of strategies. It's looking at advancing transportation safety, mobility. It goes into the environmental realm, but basically integrating the communication. It looks at all modes of transportation, and we want to do this in order to improve efficiency and safety. I was at a conference recently, and they had this diagram, and I thought that it was a good way to start to show how the signal systems start to build into your ITS. Basically, here on the x-axis, you're rising in difficulty, but you're rising in value as you rise in difficulty as well. Descriptive, that's the reports. It's what happens. So it's really reactive. You're getting those reports after the fact. As you start to move up to diagnostic, you're starting to get into looking at that data and why it happened. Predictive, what will happen, and then what we aspire to is prescriptive. How do you make something happen? And that's taking the data and being able to predict what will happen, and then making adaptive, making changes. This right here, just again, starting to build on our signal system. So the conventional systems, it's your traditional incident management, traffic signal control, ramp metering. We don't have to worry about that yet. But taking this one-dimensional operations and then moving it into what lots of folks in the ITS world like to call the smart systems. That's where you're starting to get into the adaptive signal control, and then moving it to an integrated system where you start to connect with all of the different areas around us. And I apologize, this ICM and this right here, it's the integrated corridor management. So like the bypass would probably be there at the corridor, Holly Springs Road, Main Street. And then this is active transportation and demand management. And then, for the future, they're looking at the automated vehicles, connected vehicle systems, cloud computing. That's just taking it out of the server and putting that into a cloud base. That's, definitely in the future, but just I wanted to show the stair-stepped approach of where ITS is going. This is also, you think about, obviously the sitting in Holly Springs with not there. I really like this graphic though. I had a hard time finding one, but it's, you're having cameras. You're looking at your emergency response vehicles. You have folks in a traffic control center. They can operate the signals and they can send out communication. And so you really start to have a lot of data in, data out, and sharing of information, what helps with efficiency. And so where are we today? Today we are, as you know, because you all email me and text me when you hear something's wrong with our signal, and I say, hold on, let me check with DOT. So I am an awesome middlewoman. All we can do is call up to the division office, which is on Duke Street in Durham, and we're on a what's called a dial-up modem signal system, which means I call. They have no idea if anything's wrong. They go, they dial in when they have time, and they look to see an error message, and that's how we figure things out. It's complaint driven. It's also it's radio read, and so you have more frequent interruptions and a delayed response time. So that's the world that we live in today. Where we want to see the town of Holly Springs evolve to. And really what even allows us to have this conversation at this late hour, and I'm trying to be brief, is that Jeff Wilson with our IT department a few years back, the idea of fiber and having all the town facilities connected via fiber. And that was the original intention, and I mean, day after day, we're still reaping the benefits of that and the unintended resources from that. And so what we started talking a couple of years ago, actually, with DOT, with Jeff's assistance, is, you know, there's all this fiber that's in the ground that is the town of Holly Springs. And luckily, they built in additional dark fiber that is available. And so it brought us Ting. Now it brings us the ability to have our signals tied together via fiber. This is a different arrangement with DOT, because normally DOT lays fiber and then towns want into that fiber. We actually have the fiber and we are allowing DOT to use it. That had to go up to the Attorney General's office. It took a lot of time to do that. And what's before you tonight as a motion is when our elected official, John Adcock, had gone and gotten us the $390,000 in order to implement this project. So with this project, it really just starts to lay the baseline. It's a more reliable connection, and it enables, bless you, the coordination of signals. Once we get through phase one, I want to be careful not to oversell phase one. This is the baseline that gets our signals connected. It will not be rainbows and unicorns and everybody's going the speed limit on the bypass with just this implemented. But this will allow a more reliable connection and less drift in the timing plan. So it is a step in the right direction, but we cannot stop there. The next phase is then getting software implemented with all the signals and getting a fiber connection to the DOT traffic center. This is what will allow us to come off that dial-up modem, and it enables the always-on communication as we've talked to them, and so it will actually send an error message when signal systems fail, so I don't have to wait for people to call me. And it's just instead of being reactive, it's more proactive. Once we get there, then phase 3 is timing plans, calibrating them with current traffic counts, and installing cameras at all our major intersections. That would be the next phase of implementation. I do want to say we are currently, with the fire department's help, there's been a lot of meetings and a lot of good things, but we're requiring preemption on all of our signals. So each signal that goes in, we're going ahead and having that GPS installed. And then our fire department they have a few trucks that have those devices on them. And so we will be able to report back at some point on the benefits of that. And preemption is just, as the fire trucks are coming up on an intersection, it's GPS. It doesn't have to wait until you get in sight. It sees you coming, and it turns lights green and gets people out of your way so that you can progress through the intersection, and then it goes right back into the timing plan. So that's another component of ITS that's currently being utilized. Then where we go from phase 3, there's a couple different ways we could go. We could outsource our signal maintenance and operation to, say, somebody like Cary. We're doing a pilot project out here at Ballantyne and Main Street where Cary is going to be maintaining that signal. Or eventually, we get to the point where we have the traffic operations center, and we have staff that's on call and running those signals. Just to kind of let you know and be thinking about, DOT, they usually, if you take that on, they will fund the program. It usually works out to be 40 to 50% of what we're spending. So it's not fully funded by DOT. And that range, it's a range on the people, like the different municipalities I talk to. Some provide less level of service, and so the DOT covers 70% of their budget. In Cary's case, theirs is at 45%. So that's where, once we get to that point and that's where we're headed, that's where we'll start to talk more about that if it makes sense to bring it in-house. Jacksonville is also one that we looked at, and they have cameras on all their intersections, and it actually reports to folks that, when it's green, it's actually, people are going the posted speed limit. Yellow's below the speed limit, but you start to see congestion. And then once you get into that adaptive signal control, you can see where there's backups, and then you could start diverting folks to parallel corridors, and then you change the signal timing plans for those parallel corridors. Cary does that now. We've been over there to their Taj Mahal Traffic Center and watched them do that.
We used that yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. So what is recommended is moving forward with phase 1, which is the signal fiber connection, and then also looking to pursue a funding plan that gets us either outsourced or bringing it in-house within 5 to 7 years is going to be our range to try to figure out the funding. And just over the next 5 to 7 years, definitely continuing to pursue any kind of innovative technologies that we can take advantage of. And I can answer any questions. The only motion that is before you tonight is to approve the municipal agreement. It's 100% reimbursement. It's $390,000, and it gets us rolling on getting all our existing signals tied into fiber.
Any questions for Kendra?
Are we starting the project now? Is that why we're looking for funding to get going?
Yeah, so the 390, if you approve this municipal agreement, then we go out and we get a contractor that goes ahead and connects the fiber to the signal. And we're projecting that to be within with 8 months. Let's just say within the next 8 to 9 months, we'll be connected with fiber. It needs to be in this budget year.
Yeah. I'm just a little sensitive to using fund balance to put that money up front. Any idea why that was the solution?
Right. So as you may recall from the workshop and then the day after, we talked about there's 2 projects we were going to move forward with. The 390 for the DOT signals, and then the Avent Ferry Road Phase 1 project. And those were going to be funded using the Sportsmanship Way reimbursements. And we're getting those incrementally as invoices come in. We're paying and then requesting reimbursement on those. And so it starts to be a cash flow and a timing issue right now. And so when we talked to DOT about this agreement, if we get the work done, that's what we were saying in this budget year, you get the work done in the budget year, you get it reimbursed in the budget year. I think in talking with our town manager, it was by the time we come around to the end of this fiscal year, fund balance is back where it would have been. But it is, I understand your comment, but that was sort of the rationale behind it. I don't know if Mr. Harrington, if you want to.
I don't know if Mary Hogan is here tonight, but the, Mr. Berry, it comes from the portion that's reserved for street reserves. So that's the portion, yeah. But with the reimbursements that would come in then through this fiscal year, that will replenish that.
So it's the restricted fund balance funds, not PAL bill, but restricted fund balance?
Correct.
Okay.
Kendra, if there's a fiber cut, who's responsible for fixing those?
We are.
We are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we manage, it's our utility.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, we have a motion here.
Motion to approve NCDOT municipal agreement for 100% reimbursement for the connection of fiber to the signals in Holly Springs municipal limits.
Second.
Motion made second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kendra. I know it's late. It's 11:30. And we still got a few more items here. So agenda item 9D, amendment to the street tree maintenance ordinance, and that would be Mr. Barrett.
Yes, so we've actually changed the terminology here to creation of public tree care ordinance, when in all reality it is an amendment to the previous street tree maintenance ordinance. The purpose is to amend that previous street tree maintenance ordinance in order to achieve the Tree City USA designation. hopefully within the next few months. And the requested action would be a motion to approve the ordinance 19-10 to amend Chapter 14, Public Works, Article 4, Streets, Sidewalks, Other Public Places, Division 6, Street Tree Maintenance. There we go. All right, so this is a minor technical revision, or a series of minor technical revisions based on communications that I've had with the North Carolina Forest Service, specifically the person that will be reviewing our Tree City USA application. It seeks to basically reorganize what we already had on the books so that it is more in line with the North Carolina Forest Service's standards. It expands the purpose statement, provides a little bit more cross-referencing to other existing ordinances that we had on the books, and includes the maintenance of public trees, which would be those trees that are on town-owned properties.
Any questions for Matt?
Seemed pretty straightforward when I went through it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, we have a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 19-10 to amend Chapter 14, Public Works, Article 4, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Division 6, Street Tree Maintenance.
Second?
Motion made, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm not sure if he's going to leave, so I better make maybe a quick comment about Mr. Beard. Tonight is his last time before you in the Planning and Zoning Department as a Planner 1. He's going to be our new Parks and Recreation Planner. So you will see him again, but this is his last time in this particular role. And tonight, Matt obviously had a number of presentations, took a heavy load tonight. So just wanted to recognize Matt and congratulate him.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great work.
I thought he might slip out, so I just wanted to...
Is that why we added so many things on the agenda?
Yeah,
Go
right.
out on a
Going out
bang.
with a bang, right?
I guess I'll take the opportunity to thank Gina and the rest of my planning kind of family for 3.5 wonderful years in the department, and I look forward to creating some great things in town in the new position.
Fantastic.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 9E, School Days Lane Water Line, Mary DePino. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So, a system evaluation of our water line system was done a few years ago, which indicated that there could be some pressure losses at the School Days Lane water tank under heavy usage. And so adding a parallel water line into the water tank is going to help with that. And some of the issues with pressure losses is that it could prevent fire flow pressure from being maintained, prevent the system from being capable of supplying water to all intended places with sufficient pressure, and also prevent appropriate pressure from being maintained while any part of the system is being repaired. So this is a very simplistic illustration of what a water system looks like. So you have pumps that pump into the water tank, and the pressure that comes out of the water tank to serve the community is dependent upon the height of the water inside the tank. So the higher the water is, the greater the pressure is of the pipes coming out. And so right now, we're not able to fill up the tank quickly enough when we're at our height of peak hour volume. So adding the second line coming in is going to assist with that. And we're proposing about 1,100 feet of another 16-inch line, which Public Works Department is going to construct. We're, upon approval, we're ready to move forward with construction of this. And by Public Works doing the work, it's going to save us about $70,000. So, with that, are there any questions?
Any questions for Mary? Pretty straightforward. Okay. We've got a motion on the table.
Approve the School Days Lane Waterline Parallel Project budget and approve funding in the amount of $113,700.
Second.
Motion made, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Other business, agenda item number 10. Anybody have any new business? I know it's late.
Just one other business, right?
Other business.
Other business, okay.
Yeah.
Just one quick thank you to Holly Grove Middle School, Mrs. Rose, a teacher over there with sixth grade science. I had the opportunity to get invited over there last week to go talk to some students who have entered the Lexus Eco Challenge, which is a national challenge that students in grades 6 to 12 can enter to look at solving environmental problems and issues. And there's a number of students over at Holly Grove that have signed up to do that. There's 3 different teams, one of them focusing on solving landfill odors and impacts. There's another one on recycling improvements, and then another one on limiting deforestation. So I had the opportunity to go and talk to all of them about some of the things the town is doing and things that they could look at as potential solutions. So thank you to Mrs. Rose and Holly Grove Middle School.
Awesome.
Nice. I just wanted to highlight a couple things. One is in the consent agenda today, we had a couple of very exciting items. One is the contract approval of a new fire engine. So Chief, congratulations on that. I think that's great. The other thing is, and to let people know, we did talk about some of the drainage improvement projects. So those are things that, while we didn't talk about it tonight, those are certainly things that we've talked in depth. So they were unusually high compared to a usual consent agenda. So I just want to make that point, that I think that was, given how long we were here tonight, that was a wise move on your part. Thank you. And then I just want to say thank you, Public Works. This is several projects that have come forward lately where they're saving us money because they're doing work for us. And they're the guys that probably don't get the shout-outs like they deserve. So I just wanted to say that tonight. I think that's fantastic. And then, can I add one more? Sure. Just to remind people, there's an election that are coming up. There's some great people up for consideration, and early voting starts on Wednesday. So make sure you don't. By the next town council meeting, hopefully everybody has I voted stickers on their jackets.
Exactly.
That would be great.
Yep.
They can do that.
Anything else? We're going to go to our town manager.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have a handful of items. I'll be very brief.
Sure.
Quick. First off, as residents should be noticing here over the next couple of weeks, some notification around a change in our leaf collection and yard waste collection schedule, which we hope will improve our predictability and ability to collect the amount of yard waste that is on the streets, particularly during the November through January timeframe, which is our heaviest time of the year for collection. So be on the lookout for some information that'll be rolling out here over the next several weeks. The second item, just a reminder that the Sug Farm Haunted Hayrack Ride is this weekend at 7 p.m. at Sug Farm. And it'll be a fun event. And typically, though, I think they typically do advertise that they recommend at least for 14 and older. But it's a great time out at Sug Farm. Certainly encourage anybody to come out there this weekend. We also, third item, as you know, we have a lot of fun events in this community every weekend. And obviously, we've got the weekly farmers market. And this past weekend, we had the annual fire open house and had some great attendance at that. And I want to thank the chief and the fire department. Did a great job there hosting that event over the weekend. Melissa Sigmund is not here. I know she left earlier, but I do want to recognize the work of Melissa and Gina Clapp and the entire planning and zoning department on the work with the land use and character plan update. That is a huge effort, and that was a project that was tasked out to Melissa, and she did a really nice job and put a lot of passion into it. I want to thank our consultant and City Explained for their work and their engagement. The other thing I also want to note is that there were other departments that assisted and helped throughout this whole process, and I know engineering and there were several others. I know I'm missing some folks, but like some of our open houses, I know we had multiple staff members from different departments who helped out. I just want to recognize that cross-town effort, so thank you for very, very much on that. So congratulations, Gina, and the whole team,
Yes.
and to Melissa as well. Thank you. The last item, just a reminder that the parking deck next door is open, both levels, and so patrons can begin to use that parking deck. It's a really nice added component to the downtown, and so again, just want to recognize that and that it's now open. That's what I have.
Thank you very much. Counselor?
I believe the manager and Parks and Rec director would like to address you on some land purchase matters relating to Parks and Rec. So if you could make a motion pursuant to 143-318.11A5 to give direction to staff for negotiation parameters for the acquisition of real estate.
So moved.
Okay, we're going to closed session. Thank you. Good night, all. Thanks for coming.